I don't know what being the host actually means, but I assume that it means that A, I have to do the first talking, and B, all of my opinions are right and all of your opinions are wrong.
Well, let's just reel that back slightly.
What it means is that you have to tell people what the fuck we're doing.
That means you have to introduce this free-form bullshit that we didn't think about at all in advance.
Oh no, I saw a comment like a few hours ago. It's like, I wonder what they've got prepped for this. And I'm like, oh god, prep. I don't even prep for D&D. Are you kidding? No, I thought about doing like a screen or something, but then I didn't instead, because I have other things to do. Anyway, this is
it does seem.
Or go ahead.
I just say it does seem kind of unfair that you get to be the talking book in the corner, and me and Gail are just still like your players in this conversation.
It's true, but I am smaller.
True.
It's also true.
Anyway, we don't have crosswinds tonight. Instead, we're doing something we've been wanting to do for a long time. We're doing a little DM roundtable discussion, which is to say, we've accrued a mountain of questions from all of you guys. When I say mountain, I mean like there's fucking 50 questions in here. I was not expecting there to be that many. Some of these are really good. We're not going to get to all of them, and that's fine. We're going to go through here. I think Drake was talking like we each roll a d20 and then we pick one and bring it up if we roll the highest or something.
Dice.
Yeah, just like we're playing D&D, we'll roll initiative and we can go in order and each ask our own question or pick one from the list that we got. And
yeah, I'll be keeping an eye on Twitch chat too, so if you guys come up with impromptu ones, throw them out there and we'll either do them or ignore them, because we've already got like 50 questions here. The important thing is that we're here to yell at each other about how bad our D&D opinions are.
Absolutely, you guys' takes are insane.
They have finally given me an excuse to just sit here and rant for however long we do this. I have no idea how long we're going to do this. Maybe this is like an hour, maybe this is like 5 hours. I don't have any clue.
We'll figure it out. We'll go until we can't stand each other anymore.
Exactly.
Well, bye.
Wow, rude.
Strong start.
Alright. I guess let's fucking do this shit.
Let's roll initiative.
I'm gonna roll my 18 dice because I never get an excuse to roll.
Hey, I love it. I don't have a physical die with me, and now I wish I did.
Mine are all the way out in the dining room.
Mine are down a staircase and then back up a staircase. It's not happening.
Right. The biggest mistake I've ever made in my life was going to college. The second biggest mistake was buying a headset that is not wireless, so that I can't just walk out to there and go get my dice without taking my headset off.
For real though, fuck college.
17.
Wow. Damn it, I got 16.
Hell yeah.
Hold on, but the 20's still coming.
I hope so, because I don't want to go first. Why are we rolling initiative to go first instead of last? This is a mistake.
I got an 11. Gang, 11? That means I get to go last. I'm the real winner here.
Alright. Well, I guess that's me. Let me... shit. Okay, here we go. Let me read through the first few. You know what, let's start with an extremely difficult one. No, let's not. Let's warm up first. Let's pick a fun one first. Here we go. This is a fun one. Who's your favorite NPC? This is a fun and easy one. Who's the best NPC? I feel like, do we restrict this to just ones that we've... No, it shouldn't just be ones that we've made. It should be ones from any of our campaigns, right?
I think you should do two. You should do one that is your NPC that you've made, and then one that is like one of ours. Okay.
All right. So
one of the other people's.
Who's the favorite NPC that you've experienced as a player, and then who's your favorite NPC that you've run as?
Ooh, I like that. I like that interpretation.
So I think since I asked it, I don't have to answer it first, right? Somebody else has to do this?
I feel like since you asked it, you have to go first.
Damn it!
I'm gonna side with Thek on this one. I think number 2 has to answer since number 1 asked.
Damn it!
Now I will say maybe you provide first the NPC that you liked the most, and then we'll keep going.
Okay. So we're doing
really structured this, everyone.
We're doing like poker rules, or
yeah. So you like lay out just your answer, and then we yell at each other about our answers afterwards.
Right.
Cool. Oh god. Favorite NPC that I have made and played. Recent memory is really like Leaving Gatsby. This is just fun.
God.
But in actuality, I think it's probably either Gilly from IDT and then Rickon from our first campaign.
That makes sense.
As for other players, or your guys' NPCs, for Zeke, it's got to be Buttonworth.
Hell yeah.
Easy choice. For fact, that's also easy choice. Tapiki.
Hell yeah.
Nailed it. Done.
You stole my answer. You might have stolen both my answers. All right. For starters, I would like to say, surprised not to hear Tamarius Grimm there.
Oh, that's true, actually.
He's an icon. He's an icon of all three, of all of Anthrology's, games.
That's true. And he was, he's not just iconic. He was a great character in Daybreak and in C1.
That's true.
But sorry,
too late now. He's locked out forever.
Oh, you're right.
He's
I can't change my answer.
I've deviated from the format here. I forgot we were supposed to yell at each other's choices till after. So, okay, I think my favorite NPC that I have played. I mean, favorite isn't possible. There's so many deep NPCs that I've loved making, playing, etc.
I think we got to preface this whole night by saying we're going to throw around the word favorite a lot, and that's not a real word. Like, nobody can actually pick their favorite anything. It's just what is a recent one that you've liked.
Right. So, again, recency bias is doing a lot here. I really enjoy Lane Coronado as an NPC.
Yes.
I haven't got a ton of chance to explore him yet, but I love him a ton. I've said before that no NPC has ever come as naturally to me as Buttonworth. I often prep my NPCs, kind of think of a few things they might say over the course of the week if they're coming. Not Buttonworth. Yeah, he just flows through me.
He is really like your Chetney for Travis.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
He's
I'm in my happy place when I'm Buttonworth. If I had to pick one very favorite, it's kind of like a, I don't know, symbolic answer. It's probably from my campaign 1, Haldy the T-Hag. Not because she was all that great of an NPC, but that was the very first time I, as a DM, ever, from the ground up, improv'd a whole ass villain, Right. Usually, that was all totally made up on the spot, and most of my NPCs, they come from premeditation. So that, she has a special place in my heart for that reason.
Hell yes.
Favorite NPCs that I have in campaigns that I've played in. I've only ever played in FET campaigns. I mean, Tapiki was going to be my answer. Now I feel like I can't say Tapiki. He's just such a delight. He's such a fucking weirdo.
I feel like you still can.
Yeah. Just, I also, as a fellow DM, have a really big soft spot for villains, and I really enjoyed, what you did with Anton. I'm enjoying the hell out of the little we've seen of Ozymandias. Also, his, something about his cadence, his, give no shits attitude, everything is just beneath him. He effortlessly conveys, just everything is so far beneath him, it's not even worth his thinking about it. It's amazing.
Okay, so as we've gone through this first 5 minutes, I'm realizing we're already making a dire mistake. I think that we should just expand on these as they come naturally instead of doing the thing. Because it's way more fun. And we'll come back to Dritz because we've skipped him now that I've said this out loud.
Let me also jump really quickly to interrupt in the middle of a question. Just follow the Twitch chat before we lose track of it. To anorak your question about how do I deal with my shit poster troll of a brother as a player. You may be surprised. He's not even top half of the shit post trolls in my campaign.
Oh my god, no.
Let's get slow here.
Yeah, there's plenty of shit poster. At least not in campaign 2. Mustard was a shit poster troll.
I was going to say, I got that energy out with Mustard, and now I'm I need to play. So here's what happened. We're going to get so off track tonight, and I can't wait. I heard that he was bringing in 2 of his normie coworkers. I'm like, oh wow, I better play somebody reasonable this time around. So I played Jack, who's completely he's a fun character, but he's very level-headed. He's very reasonable.
For sure.
I was like, I got to make a normal impression before I pull out my weird shit. And then everyone, including his normie coworkers, brought their weirdest fucking shit to the table. And now I'm playing the only adult at the table.
Yeah, so Jack is second only to Adele as the grounded, rational, reasonable guys.
for the record, Jack and Odell are necessary for this party.
Oh, hard, yes.
Oh,
yeah.
You guys would have, like, murdered each other by this
Oh,
point.
yeah. Or I'm sure we're always on the brink, just teetering on that party collapse.
Last fucking session, I practically had to stop initiative between you and Loesch.
Oh, yeah, for sure. That was...
to get back on track.
To get semi back on track, I'm surprised that Zeke didn't say Elise immediately.
I mean, I do love Elise so much. Elise is amazing.
Okay, that might actually change my answer. So, okay, before I move on, first of all, I can't say a lot about Ozymandias because you guys haven't fought him yet. But I will pull back the curtain a little bit to say that one of my favorite villains from any media of all time. Oh, even this is kind of a Hey guys, if you haven't played Final Fantasy XIV, go play Final Fantasy XIV. It's not just a great MMO, it's a great story and a great RPG and a great single-player experience that you have to have friends for. Anyway, there's a villain in that is extremely, like, blasé and has kind of that same attitude where it's just like, you know, he's talking to you like you're an adult, but also he's kind of talking to you like you're not worth his time and you're a bit of a child. Love that energy, and I've been trying to channel some of that.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, actual answer. I do think it might be Elise for the one that I've played. I was going to say Alf initially because I loved Alf with all of my heart, but I feel like to some degree, Alf was kind of. And I want to be careful how I phrase this because Jerry is not this sort of character, but metaphorically, Alf was kind of arm candy for Jerry, and that was fun to have him there as like a foil for it. But I think that the reason Alf was so much fun is because Jerry was so much fun. Elise was on her own. Like she was the one that basically was. She felt like a DMPC. She was very natural. She was just like, okay, here's her motives. Let's do what we're gonna do.
Yeah. She very much feels like a very well-rounded, like a whole character. You know, she felt like a very like rich and complicated character, but it wasn't like it was never in your face. Like her stuff kind of trickled out over time. It was great.
Pro tip: when you're at risk of inserting a DMPC into your campaign, just make it so they don't speak common very well.
That was a clutch move on your part.
Yeah, so that you have a reason to shut the fuck up and let the party make bad decisions. Favorite NPC from a game that I played it. I mean, obviously it's fucking Rickon. I can't say anyone else. There's no one else that it could possibly be. There's been a lot of really good ones, but like I can't. It has to be. And it's not just because Rickon was a great character. It's because Rickon was one of the first times as a brand new D&D player that I realized like, oh shit, this world has like things I'm connected to that have very real consequences, and like I'm invested in all of this. These are not just figments of my imagination. They're figments of a connective and collaborative imagination that I care about tremendously.
Oh yeah.
Since you're going to say Rickon, I'm going to change my answer to Tamrius because
Okay.
I feel exceptionally guilty that I immediately was just like, I don't know. I feel like I've already had Tamrius show up in 2 games, so he just feels like a natural, just like a thing that is in the world every time.
Yeah, he evolved so quickly, but he started the same way. He was just a natural connection to another party member initially.
Yeah,
he's like. And here's the thing. I think I have maybe a unique perspective here. I didn't know anything about you guys' campaign 1. I didn't watch almost any of Iron Dragon Trail, just kind of lost track of it. And like, I still knew who Tamrius Grim was. You know, like he's such a part of you guys' D&D like headcanon. You're not even headcanon, you guys' canon, that he's like bled into our whole like multiverse.
Yeah.
Also, I'd like you to tell me everything about Tamrius Grim. Please and thanks.
Boy.
But I have to save that for one of my own questions, I guess.
True. We have... Okay, do we have anything else? Do we want to expand on anything? Or did we cover this one? Did we get it?
I think we got a good smattering of NPCs there.
We hit it. All right.
In the Twitch chat, Werewolf Guy followed up with kind of an actual question related to the shitposter question. How do you manage a player who has a tendency to like joke or break the mood a bit during the serious or heavy moments? Kind of take the table at the moment. How do you like handle that as a DM?
Oh my god!
Since I asked it, I don't have to answer it first.
Shit.
When somebody finds out how, please tell me.
Yeah. This one's hard. Mood reads are really, really hard, and fuck, man, I don't know. I don't have a good question or a good answer to this. I think it can be. Or go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I almost think it's like a fool's errand to try to
Right.
stomp it out. I think you let the moment happen, you let it run its place, and then
Yes.
you recenter. And it almost, I feel like sometimes in my experience anyway, especially like us playing at a live table versus on Roll20 and Discord, like it's those moments creep in way more easily when there's 8 people
Yes.
actively in a room together. Like people are going to laugh and get sidetracked and joke around. But I feel like those moments of sort of levity also can add to the gravity with like a pendulum effect a little bit.
Absolutely.
And conversely, I feel like they tend to happen more the heavier the mood is. Like people, it's just a human instinct to try to like lighten the mood a little bit when everybody is down. So I feel like if people are feeling the need to like joke to bring the mood up, maybe you're doing the right thing if you're trying to keep things serious.
Absolutely. And I think you're right. It's a fool's errand. So this is a thing I believe just as a general DM philosophy. If the players are all doing something counter to what you're trying to make happen, they outweigh you, right? Like they outvote you.
Yeah.
Like there's 7 versus 1. Sometimes you just have to do what the players are steering toward. But the important thing is that you're watching the other players to see if, like, oh, there's one player that was really looking for the serious moment, and they're annoyed that has been lost. And if that happens, it's very important that you come back to it, and that if necessary, if it keeps getting interrupted over and over, be adults, talk to your friends, say like, hey, okay, real quick, let's finish this serious moment out because this is important, and then you do the thing, and then 5 minutes later, like, okay, all right, we can go back to normal.
Yeah, I do think it's. Yeah, I think it's well put. I think that if you have somebody at the table who is really looking for their serious moment and someone is kind of like outshining them or stepping on their toes or joking around while they're trying to have a bit, I do think it's sort of the DM's role to be like, hey, let everyone shut the fuck up for a second so I can do this scene.
Right.
But I don't think it's possible or practical to like keep a whole table serious for 4 to 6 hours. It just isn't.
Yeah,
you got to pick.
We're all here to have fun.
Like, it's that thing where if anybody watches like horror movies or horror games or anything like that, like you need that moment of need that tension to relax. Because if you don't, then it kills the mood. Like if you're playing a horror game and it's just scare after scare after scare, the scares lose their effect because there hasn't been a break. And then when you give them a break, then all the scares start hitting again. And similar, like serious stuff needs a moment of levity in order to continue to feel like there's gravity to it. And otherwise, it just gets bland.
Right. When you have 18 straight hours of tension with no relief whatsoever, that's how you get EXU.
Right.
Which was honestly delightful, but like you have to put up for 18 consecutive hours of stress with. I mean, they had moments of levity. I don't want to discount. Like Sam was there. Things
they had Bolo, and they had like it's the fireworks extravaganza. That's why that moment was so brilliant. Was because of all the tension.
Exactly.
And also, let me just say, this is kind of a wild tangent, not super related to the question at all. But this sort of like mood setting is the very most fun thing about running the campaign that I'm running right now that has like literally a Mario spoof for a character. It's so much fun to me to juxtapose the absurdity of like your dude is from the Mushroom Kingdom with like real heavy shit, you know? There's something intrinsically satisfying to me about like, spoiler alert, Cam throwing you guys the severed hand of Super Mario. It's like in one moment hilarious and super fucking heavy all at once. And I've taken huge inspiration from Crown of Candy for that. So that's sort of setting that mood that's both at once whimsical and kind of gnarly.
Lance over the incredible dramatic tension of whether Toad will die to Wario's fart is a thing that has actually happened in your campaign and was actually dramatic.
The very closest any PC has come to death was 18 nearly died to Wario's actual fart.
Boy.
Yep. That would have been a time.
I mean, Ilex was right there with her pick-me-up. It would have been fine.
Hey, I'm going to attempt to kill a second bird with a single stone because we're kind of on it before we're doing it. We have a very similar related question, which is how does a DM best handle inebriated players? And I feel like that's the same answer, right?
Yeah.
It's a combination of, like, if everyone is having a good time, then, maybe grab a drink yourself. And if not, if you can tell that it is being a distraction, the answer to a lot of these questions is like, hey, guys, you're adults. Talk to your friends. Say, like, hey, maybe settle down and let's focus for a little. Like, I don't know. This feels like this is less of a D&D question and more of just like a how do I communicate with my friends question. And that can be hard too, but it's important.
Yeah.
I think one of the things is also you have to kind of talk with your players beforehand and just understand, like, hey, this is the kind of game that's going to be run. This is the tone.
Yes. Oh my god,
And
session 0 is so important.
yeah, so like, if you're having a just goof around, drink with some friends kind of a game, then it's probably fine. But if you're not and you're wanting to run like a serious like murder mystery or something, and people are fucking around making fart jokes and stuff like that, then maybe that's not the campaign that they wanted to be in.
Exactly. All right, Dre. I'm just getting to some of these questions about it. Some of these are really, really good questions.
Yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of really good questions here. I'm excited about several.
All right, I think Dre's up.
Oh, okay. Let's see. Let's do a harder one. What is a memorable moment that another DM has done to you while you were a player?
A memorable moment that a DM has done to you while you were a player.
Yeah. So something that they have set up. So not like a player-player interaction, but a player world interaction that was particularly memorable to you.
Oh,
I've got two. Here's what, like, the reason I know that this is the correct answer is because it immediately came to my mind. No thought whatsoever. There's one from Vex Campaign 1 and one from Crosswinds. And Campaign 1, I will never ever forget it, being banished to the astral plane.
Oh yeah.
As Toklo and encountering the Tarask that had been, later come to find out, retcons banished from the Crosswinds world. But that was such a memorable moment for me. It's so like emblematic of who Toklo is. It was such like a fun moment for me as a player to like interface with that because I had no idea what I was dealing with. And then in Crosswinds, there's been a ton of really like, I don't know, emotionally impactful moments for me as Nordo, but the number one I think even this far into the campaign was at the God Shell when Leah blasted her ship and Tangaton's ship. That like hit me like a truck. It was like, I will never forget that scene. I will never forget like the song I had playing on Spotify while it was happening. It was such a memorable moment. This like the art was also cool on the screen. The like cinematic moment in my head was amazing. Like,
hell yeah,
such an amazing moment. That's like, I think Nordo's like first time seeing Leah after all those years too, and then that was the moment. So great.
Good shit. Boy, mine is kind of similar, where it was when we were up in, oh my god, names are so hard. Nog Koltir, that's not right. There's no way that's right. Where we were up in the snowy mountains getting Ricken back from the giants.
Yeah, no, Uncle Deer.
Was that right? Holy fuck. Yeah. Holy shit, Nog Koltir. The point where where Rickon had let just Vecri back up to the main room into what was a trap, and we all kind of met and knew was going to be a trap. But, I desperately wanted it to not be a trap. And when the door opened and I saw the three giants, I'm like, oh shit, well this is not good. And then you had me roll initiative, like, immediately. Like, this wasn't a talking thing, this wasn't a negotiation scene. This was, like, all of the powerful NPCs in this house had set up a trap to get me alone and kill me, and they did. And that was like, oh, this is not like a little narrative beat. I might die here. And that was like a big... I was not expecting that. I was not super ready for that. And Fekri was fucking invincible. He was fine. He was a badass. But I didn't know how that was going to go, and I was pretty confident for the first turn or two there that, like, I might die here, and it's because I, like, committed to a thing that I would have fallen for in character. And that was honestly just a really good moment all around, but it definitely stuck with me for a long time. There was, like, full commitment to, like, this is what's going to happen, and now you have to deal with it.
Yeah, I was really ready to kill you there. For me, I think it's kind of a tie between two things that happened in Age of Awakening. first one, it wasn't like directly to me and my character, so it shouldn't count. But when we got to what's it, Shittown, and there were the two bodies hanging.
Oh, Hartwell, yeah.
Hartwell, yeah. And that was the first moment where it was like, oh, Zeke's not pulling punches. There's consequences for what we do.
Yeah.
And that was deeply cool. And then I had the exact same moment, but a much more personal moment when Domino showed back up.
Yeah.
And I was like, I'm gonna fucking kill this person. I have never felt so like personally betrayed or
Right.
upset. Like when we ended that session, I was like so upset. I was like went out into the and I had to like call up my mom and it was just like, I'm so upset. I need to talk about this stupid game that I played because
Yeah.
I feel so betrayed personally.
The funny thing is, like, I had no expectation that Domino, because after the session you were like sending all those messages in Telegram, like how angry you were. It wasn't in my head at all that you would find it that much of, like, I mean, obviously in retrospect, clearly it was. You like saved the guy's life and gave him a shot at a new life, and he went right back to Daimao, but like
not just right back to Daimao, but to
actively
Daimao
to fuck
and
you
then
guys.
actively like ransomed the princess to us
Right.
and was like instrumental in doing so.
For sure. Like it was funny to me after the fact. I was like, oh, I didn't know this was going to hit Drake this hard, but here it did.
So I kind of saw it coming, and the reason that I did, and I'm going to peel back the curtain on Drake and who Drake is as a person a bit here. I had played D&D with Drake for 3 or 4 years at this point, and also with all of Drake's friends. And the thing about Drake and all of Drake's friends, and they've become our friends now, this group has a fetish for solving problems through diplomacy. Making friends with enemies, convincing people that they were like just mistaken, that they should be good, and that everything should be that everybody should be friends. That was one of the first times that I think that I have seen somebody like, we tried to make a friend out of an enemy, and it fucking like backfired gloriously. Like they stuck to their guns, and they did what a lot of evil people actually do, which is take advantage of the opportunity and then go straight back to their old ways.
Right.
Oh my god, I loved it. Oh, it was so good. It was so good. It's something that I think is like, it's a very important part of maintaining a realistic world, is that sometimes people are just shit. Sometimes people cannot be turned into friends.
Yeah.
I can explain to you why me and several of my friends are like this.
Is it anime?
It's because of anime.
Yeah, it's because that's how all anime heroes solve their problems.
It's because I grew up on Yu-Gi-Oh! And Pokemon and other anime like that. And Japan and a lot of Japanese animation just loves redeeming everybody. Everybody's fine. If you watch a Ghibli movie versus like a Disney movie, the Ghibli movie, all the villains are just like fine at the end. They're just like, we won't be bad anymore, and everybody's forgiven. And you watch a Disney movie and it's like, you are trapped in an eternal hell forever.
Oh yeah.
You're fucking dead because you got rammed through with a ship.
Right.
Rest in peace, Ursula and Jafar.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Meanwhile,
I was retroactively very pleased that Domino had that big of an impact. It's so like satisfying as a DM when like your table is invested in your NPCs that way.
Especially when they latch onto something that you weren't expecting them to latch onto. That's
Domino was like a throwaway NPC I had no plans for other than like that first arc, and then
that's Topeki.
It's Topeki. They're always the most memorable.
He was a step above impromptu. All right. Is it back to me?
No,
that was me.
Oh, hell yeah. Wait, have we really only done 2? Oh my god, it's been 40 minutes.
I know, right?
Holy shit, let's go.
Well, we jumped in with a few like Twitch questions.
That's true.
Let's see here. Let me look through this list. There's a lot of real good ones. There's a question that I really liked that came from Mr. Kobold. It was essentially like when you're starting to build a campaign and like make a new campaign, and you're going about adding your players' stories into the world that you're building and to your existing plans. How do you like negotiate that process? How do you marry your plans for your campaign with what your players give you as backstories?
Right.
I'm paraphrasing his question a little bit, but I think that's sort of the.
I'll be the one that does it. The question itself is all about kobolds, but what it really boils down to is how do you make your player characters fit into your world?
Right. He gives the examples of Daru and IDT, Nomad and Gale and Crosswinds, and then like Frog and the Trumpeter of Doom and Age of Awakening. Like how much of that is like player character backstory versus like things that you've built, and how do you like marry those two things?
Right.
All these extremely disparate pieces of lore that you have to now shove together.
Yeah, absolutely. And I asked the question, so I get to answer it last.
So I think my answer to this is that I just don't build campaigns until I have all the players, right? I give the players as much about the world as they need to know to introduce a character concept, and then I build a world around it, or I build a story around it at least. And that is changing a little bit for my C3, and we'll see if it works a little differently. With C3, I'm definitely doing a little more upfront world building, but I think that my new answer, the answer that I'm taking into that campaign, is I'm just building a world that's big enough and agnostic enough that I think I can fit any kind of story into it. Yeah, I don't know. That's where I'm at. I have played in a lot of campaigns where 4 people walk into a luxurious pre-built story with 4 heroes, and then like only one of those heroes ever actually has any personal connection to the story, and that's fine. But I think it's much better. The best D&D is when you're actually solving problems that the heroes have. And in a pre-built campaign, the answer is, hey, you need to make your character have a tie to the story that you've been given. But when you're making a sandbox thing, I think then it becomes the DM's responsibility, like, hey, you make the story that fits for the players that you've been given. And it's collaborative, of course. It's a back and forth.
Yeah. I semi-agree. And I have changed how I built my campaigns over the course of several. My current model is that for C3, I planned a bunch of stuff. I kind of built a world map and set up kind of these are kind of like some of the basic kind of world ideas that I want, and I knew some of the inspirations I wanted to take in, and had some inciting incidents that I wanted to throw in, not necessarily as big story moments, but just as background, like this is the history and the current events kind of a thing. And if the players engage with it, great. If they don't, that's fine too.
Yep.
And then, Biscuit came in and was like, hey, I want to be a noble. And I was like, great. Now all of this weird political shit that I've been working on, I can actually use.
Hell yeah.
Thank God.
Yep.
And then Frisk came in with his character, and I can't spoil a ton of stuff, but there was stuff that I was dabbling in, and I was like, okay, this kind of fits, and I can work this in. And he also threw some other really wonderful threads at me. And yeah, it's just kind of it's a collaborative thing. You work back and forth, and I think that it's important that the DM has their own story that they're getting to dabble in and enjoy, but also make sure that the player stories are all getting
for sure
fit in as well.
Yeah. This one's going to vary a lot from DM to DM, which this is the point of this roundtable. I think we're getting opinions here more than hard rules or advice.
Absolutely. And I think that a big thing with this is also it's going to change drastically depending on how long and what type of campaign you're running.
Yes.
If you watch any of the big role-playing shows currently, or any of the big DMs like Mercer and Brennan in particular, because Matt's running a very long campaign, I think he gets to focus and collaborate a lot more with the players individually. Whereas Brennan has to be this is the setting, you have to work your character into the setting, and then Brennan obviously is very good about pulling that character story in.
Right.
But that's going to change with how much time you actually have to explore those things too.
Right.
A big part of it, I think, also too depends on knowing your players. the table, it's the same like 6 to 10 of us playing at all 3 of these campaigns, so we kind of know each other's vibe pretty well. But I imagine that there are D&D tables where people don't really want to, like, they just want to show up and be given a quest to go kill a goblin and save a princess, so they don't really care about their own characters. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's not me at all, and I don't think that's really the vibe of our player base, our channels. But I'm very much on the, like, kind of like Vex started with, I do almost nothing. Just like when I started Age of Awakening, I have sent to the 8 of you a Google Doc that was like 3 paragraphs, and it was like, the wilderness is dangerous, and there's a divine gate, and magic is regulated. Hit me with whatever you want.
Right.
And like, that wasn't me leaving stuff out. That was fully all that I had put together. Like, I didn't have one other thing thought out when I started this. Then, and I think I've mentioned some of these like anecdotes, like Gragnock sends me his backstory, and it says like he used to be a soldier and he was held back for promotion and kind of like hated by his peers because he was half elf. I'm like, oh, okay, I gotta find a reason why a half elf would be largely hated. So then that itself like built a ton of lore into the background of my campaign. And then, Frog's like, hey, I'm Super Mario. So it's those things like, if I had sat down to build my world and then got a letter from Neo that says Frog is a Super Mario character, there's no way to smash that into a world that I've already built.
Yeah.
But because I was then free to sort of build the campaign around Super Mario bullshit, I can make it. I very much think that, like, and this fully comes from my experience as a player, that the most fun D&D that I have played as a player is when I feel like my character's story is like, quote unquote, the story.
Right.
I'm not like just killing the DM's big bad that they've made up. So,
but you're killing your villain. Yeah.
Exactly. So, and I think that the DM's job, or at least I feel like my job as a DM, the way that I instigate campaigns, is to like pull all of that together into something cohesive, so that it doesn't feel like, all right, first let's go do Frog's quest, then let's go do Lucia's quest.
That's a mistake I feel I've made, at least in Crosswinds a little bit.
I think that, yeah, I think that it's hard to do, especially, and I got kind of lucky with Age of Awakening. Like, Luce sends me that he's a devil who's been around for 1,000 years and has now been turned into a mortal. And Malkoth sends me I'm a tiefling that has no idea about his ancestry. I'm like, cool, these things smash together nicely.
Right.
But it's not always that easy. Sometimes you get 8 wildly disparate stories that don't mash together at all. So,
yeah.
I think the DM role is to sort of turn 6 to 8 totally separate plot threads into 2 to 3 kind of separate plot threads to give some cohesive direction to the narrative.
For sure. I will say, because this is a thing that I've had strong opinions on lately, partly I've gotten to the point where I'm realizing that sometimes I just like being in an adventuring party and doing random side quests. Sometimes I do just want to go kill the goblin.
Oh, totally.
And I think it's important that your character has a reason that just doing any adventuring progresses their goals somehow. Like, maybe they're trying to be a better person, or maybe they're trying to raise money. And the best missions are always going to be the ones that do have a personal tie-in. But I don't know, I've come to develop sort of a fondness for... Maybe this is rose-tinted goggles. I think Drake C1 was a perfect balance, right? It was this brilliant balance between, we're just an adventuring guild and we do good in the world, but then every couple of months we really touch on somebody's personal story. And I think that you can accomplish that by having a cool world and having a setting where they just want to wander and go kill goblins. But leaving your world big enough and leaving enough holes in your world that when somebody shows up with a cool character, you can plug them in somewhere. You can make them fit as part of it.
Yeah.
So I know it's not my turn, but I could like fishtail into another question here off of our list. Because it was
one thing.
Say it.
Because I actually kind of feel slightly different from both of you. Shocking, I'm sure.
All right, let's fight about it. Finally, some conflict
let's do it.
This roundtable. Let's go. Do you have a boxing glove graphic we can put on the screen?
Oh my god, maybe.
Do you have like a Biggie's hand or something at least?
Right.
I kind of like having a big bad. In Land of New Fire, and when a friend of ours, Biz, ran a couple of modules for Tomb of Annihilation and Curse of Strahd, it just, I don't know, I liked having that like collective end goal. I felt like it helps like unify the party a little bit.
Legit.
I totally agree with that. I think my only thing is like, so to use Crosswinds for an example, like I know that Azadirith is Gale's big bad, and by extension, kind of Ozymandias is, but I feel like in Crosswinds, Ozymandias is the big bad, and I feel like
Yes.
all of us individually have beef with him. He's kind of tied individually to all of our stories. So I think these two things aren't necessarily like mutually exclusive.
Right.
Like you can find a way to make an overarching big bad that still brings everyone's backstories together.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah, 100%. I think that's kind of important for maintaining a party unity.
Right.
For
exactly.
sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Or at least it can help a lot.
To use the Strahd thing and the module thing as an example, hey guys, if you're a new player and you're about to play Curse of Strahd, because that's what a lot of new players start with, give your character a reason to hate Strahd specifically. That is the key to having fun in the D&D campaign. Is the PC needs to have a reason to hate the villain specifically and personally. And in a pre-made campaign or a module, it's on the player to come up with that. In a sandbox thing, the DM can help. The DM can make a villain that the players will personally hate, and that's the key.
Yeah.
Totally.
I think a DM can also make you hate Strahd. It's just it's a little harder if you're trying to just run it straight.
Right.
You have to be a bit more creative and flexible.
For sure.
It's also really hard as a DM, I think, to make your players hate an NPC that they don't have personal attachments against without like being a professional actor and writer.
Oh yeah.
There's some really people who are writing television shows and movies and stuff that can make you really hate their bad guy just without having any personal attachment, but it's hard. It's hard to do. Writing is hard.
It is a cheap gimmick, and we can give advice here, and this is just a cheap gimmick, but that doesn't mean it's bad advice. Find out what your player already hates in their backstory and subvert. Like, oops, that was the big bad all along. Strahd killed your puppy when you were 8. That was really Strahd. It was an assassin sent by Strahd.
Hell yeah.
Yeah.
That's my bread and fucking butter right there.
Easy way to do it. Take the thing they already hate, make the villain responsible.
See, for example, Gragnok says that his father was killed by some unnamed necromancer. Now it's the Ghost Collector,
Yeah, fuck the fucking Ghost Collector. Yeah, like you did it. Congratulations. You took the thing that I already hated and you made me hate your villain with it. That was, perfect.
I love the Ghost Collector. That might be one of my favorite NPCs, too. He's so fucking despicable.
I hate them so much.
Yeah, he's pretty awful.
So the question that I was going to segue to here, and this is a 2-star segue. This is not a great segue. Especially because we've kind of distanced ourselves from what I was segueing from. Feck was saying that sometimes he just wants to go kill the goblin. He doesn't want like every battle to be some plot relevant battle.
Sure.
A question that I had put into our chat, and now I'll read it myself, is it possible to make travel interesting and fun in D&D? And the reason I feel like this is a segue question is because travel encounters often, stereotypically anyway, are just like random encounters with random monsters in the wilderness. Is it like... So I guess that's the question. Is it possible to make it engaging, interesting travel encounter?
Yeah. So I think the travel encounters have a very different but a very specific purpose from like normal encounters. They exist to build the world and to let the players flex, right? Those are the two separate goals. I like to use travel counter. Well, and the third separate goal is to drain the resources, but that's a whole different discussion that I don't want to get into yet. We'll fight about it later. Travel encounters for me are an opportunity to let the players burn all of their cool new toys after a level up on things that are ultimately disposable, and if they wipe the floor with a travel encounter, it's not going to break anything. But the more important thing for me, and I think that this is something that Biscuit actually does very well as a TM, is travel encounters let you foreshadow and spill information about your world without giving all the details away. If you're traveling to a new city and you encounter a group of lepers on the way out and they have a strange mark on their right hands, like you've just dropped a plot hook for the upcoming city, and it's a very good way to just give the players a hint of what's coming, or especially if you call back to it later once they've arrived at their destination.
Let me follow up, since this was my question to my own question here. Aside from, I totally agree, for the record, with your take on the value of random encounters for world building, setting up plot hooks, etc.
Yeah.
Is it possible to make wilderness travel and D&D engaging, fun, challenging, etc., without or let me say that, aside from just being like insert fight here, insert, you know what I mean? Is the
Oh.
travel, is it possible to make the travel itself interesting?
Yes.
My answer is no, it's not.
I'm going to just straight up disagree because some of my favorite moments from Drake C1 were on the road.
Yeah, but were they like PC driven?
Yeah. Well, okay.
Because if they're PC driven, it doesn't count. Like,
No.
if you're traveling on the road, if you liked your moment of travel on the road because you and another PC had a really great conversation or bonding moment, whatever, that doesn't count.
There were times that we had cool PC driven moments where like me and Bjarni were like trying to see who could hunt the best to provide food. But like some of the other ones were like we stumbled. Okay, here's another one. This is what I mean by world building. We came across like a traveling group of satyrs that were doing a festival. And that could have happened anywhere, but it happened while we were traveling, and it helped build the world, and it was also just a really fun, like, roleplay session. There was no combat involved, but it could have been, we could have broken into a fight. But instead, it ended up just being like a roleplay opportunity. We got to see how characters behaved in an unusual circumstance, and it was still an encounter, but it wasn't combat. And I think that the road provides lots of opportunities to make your world feel more alive and more exotic. Weird things happen on the road, and that some weird things can only happen on the road. Sailing down the river on that riverboat pulled by the, what was it, narwhals or something in your C1 trade? I forget, manatees maybe. That was another really cool travel session where we were just on a boat playing card games and getting drunk, and I don't know. I like travel in D&D. I think that you can have fun with travel. Because it's a forced bottle episode, right? What are they going to do? Walk faster? You get to throw anything you want at them, and they just have to deal with it.
Yeah, I'm kind of inclined to agree. Although I get both of your sides because sometimes you just want to get to the destination.
For sure.
But I think that what being on the road can also provide is that it's a place away from safety. So often, like, you're in town, so you're safe from a lot of like the outside world. But when you're on the road, you can encounter fucking anything. And I think the biggest thing with having those kinds of encounters, you need to be providing something that the players want in some fashion. And it doesn't have to be something super tangible. It can literally just be like a roleplay opportunity in a weird scenario. But it can also be like, lore, world building. Like one thing that probably didn't have to be a fight, but Zeke did, was the one tower that we were going to stay at.
Oh, yeah.
And then that foreshadowed a bunch of stuff that was really is actually
example.
pretty important.
That's where we learned about Valkyries. That's what I'm saying. It's such a good opportunity to drop information about your world that the players aren't looking for.
Yeah, no, for sure. I mean, that is like, I will say that when I build a travel encounter, the Valkyrie Temple being a perfect example, that was a big lesson that I learned between my first campaign and second, was like, make these have some relevance. Don't just like roll on a random encounter table and have them fight 10 goblins or whatever.
Sure.
So yeah, no, I mean, I see what you're saying. I'll concede the point. Travel can be engaging and interesting. I do think it is important for like world building purposes, for adding in stuff like the Valkyrie Tower, or like that like crashed airship, or like the undead stuff.
Or sometimes the only world building that you really need to sell is like, hey, beyond the city walls in this world is fucking dangerous, so adventurers need to exist. You can do good for the world by going out and killing goblins.
Right.
And sometimes it's fun to just kill something. It
is sometimes fun to just kill goblins.
Just to dunk on something. Or even get your ass beat by something really dangerous
crabs.
And finding out that, shit's dangerous out here.
For sure. I do think a dangerous wilderness is fully necessary to run a compelling D&D campaign. I don't know if it's possible to run a compelling D campaign in like a world that's largely safe to travel.
Oh my god, that's a big question. I flat out disagree with you, but I can see where you're coming from. Like, you can make an interesting story in any setting.
Of course you can. I know.
It's down to, but
yeah, it's going to depend on your setting. But if you're going for like classic fantasy, you need some danger out in the wilderness.
All right, I think that's me then. Yeah,
it is.
All right, I'm going to do an easy one, or a fun one, a contentious one. This one is sure to cause some
contention.
Okay.
Where did it go? Where? Oh yeah, here we go. What is your least favorite spell to deal with?
Oh my god! Can I pick like 30 of them?
I have two.
Sure.
Counterspell, just because it's badly designed.
Sure.
And Wall of Force is also just badly designed.
Legit. I agree
Yeah.
that Counterspell is badly designed for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
I think it's a cool mechanic. I love the concept. I played Red Blue when I played Magic. Of course I love Counterspell.
Yeah, you're a monster.
Well, Red Blue is the finest of the blues. We have the most class because we're also there to fuck your shit up.
Yeah, you're there to not let me play anything and then just burn me out with fireballs.
We're a cat, not a turtle. We're not going to sit there and make you sit through an hour-long game, but we are going to sit there for 2 minutes and not let you do anything the whole time.
Yeah.
We toy with our food. But 5E's implementation of it is real bad. I don't like it. I agree.
Hard agree. I do like the house rule that I think all three of us have now implemented, where you can do like a deck save to not be encased in it. I think that solves a lot of the problems with it. Maybe not all, though.
I mean, the problem with it, and this is a thing that we've talked about between the three of us a lot, it's just too binary. 5e is so full of these systems where either you succeed completely and nothing happens, or you fail completely and you watch your friends play D&D for 2 hours because your character is trapped in a wall of force and there's no way out of it.
Yeah. Wall of Force is particularly bad because, at least in contrast to all the other wall spells, because it's really binary. In 99% of scenarios, Wall of Force isn't being used creatively. It's boxing something in that can't get out because Wall of Force can only be bypassed by either a teleport spell or a disintegrate spell, both of which require decently high level casters. So if you're a martial class, you're just fucked.
Boy, can we all just take a moment to lament the fact that martials are so bad in 5e? Can we do that?
Hot take. They're not even bad. I really mean that.
Yeah,
the standard rest system is bad. Marshals aren't bad. In a gritty region system like the one that all three of us use, marshals are fine.
On a training dummy, sure. On a training dummy with 6 to 8 rest or encounters per long rest, sure. But like
from a combat standpoint, they are technically fine, but they lack versatility outside of combat.
They have no contribution.
Except for rogues.
They have no contribution. Well, even rogues, like bards, do everything rogues can do, but better. And for that matter, because after they introduce skill feats that give expertise, like anyone can steal a rogue's thunder by just taking the appropriate skill proficiency. I truly believe, and this is not just because I love them, it's because I also believe it with my head. I think rogues are the second worst class in 5e. I think that they have been utterly shafted, they serve almost no purpose, and that someone else does all of their jobs better.
Damn, son.
Yeah. Rest in peace, monks, of course, the worst class in 5e, who have nothing going for them. Except for Stunning Strike. I love Monk too. For the record, you can have fun on any character. There's a reason I keep playing rogues, and it's because they're fun. I think they're one of the best designed classes. They're just weak. They don't do anything best.
Monks are like such a weird class to me because I feel like if you ask 100 people if monks are good or not, 50 are like they're broken, and 50 are like they're their weakest class.
All of the new DMs who've never played past level 5 will call them broken.
That's
right.
Which is 90% of the D&D fan base.
That's true, I guess.
That's the big issue with Monk is that they front-loaded all of their abilities, so they're super strong at low levels, and then they just peter out at high level.
Yeah.
Anyway, spells. Wall of Force.
Yeah.
Spell.
Okay, so I will not repeat those two because you already used them. I actually will say, though, I don't mind Counterspell. I'm fine with Counterspell. And that's,
Try running a campaign with 3 people in Counterspell.
No, I get it. I'm like, I'll eat these words by the end of our campaign. I have no doubt. But, like, yeah, I don't know. I don't have a strong hit. So I should put it this way. I don't love Counterspell, but I don't hate it the way that I hate some other spells. I hate Dispel Magic with all my heart. It is so absurd to me that some bumfuck nobody with 3rd level magic could shut down a 9th level spell if they can just roll the die high enough.
Yep.
A Dispel Magic, in my hard opinion, should only be able to dispel a spell if it is cast at that level. There should be no checks involved. You either cast it at the appropriate level or it fails. That is my hard opinion. If it exists at all, I don't know that it should even exist. I think it probably should. I think it's a cool spell.
Yeah,
I've seen some cool, fun uses of Dispel Magic, but like low-level casters shouldn't be able to cast Dispel Magic at a low level and end a super high-level spell, even with a good dice roll.
I also just think that we could sit here and redesign Dispel Magic for 4 years, or we could just go play Pathfinder. I think that at lower levels, or when you're punching above your weight, instead of ending the effect, it should just suppress the effect temporarily. I think Dispel Magic should be called Suppress Magic.
I can see that.
Because it's unbelievable to me that, like, a king and all of his men could save up thousands of gold, and they could spend years building a permanent teleportation inside of a mage college. And a first-year student with a level 3 Dispel Magic can walk in and undo all of it with a single spell cast. That's, like, permanently. Like, gone.
Yeah, it's outrageous.
That's crazy to me, and I do agree.
And I've said before, the broader point that I can't stand world building around Magic. I know you and I hard disagree about that. You love, I hate world building around it. I hate when I have to, like, build a, supposedly private security or, like, secure building, and I have to think about the 50 different spells that could ruin this place. Like, on the broader standpoint, I just hate every spell that is like, I cast solve problem.
Yep.
Like,
oh, and I think we're all on the same page there.
I can't stand it.
So with you, and I'm so glad that I rewrote all the Magic in.
Yeah.
But
I think the only difference is that my take on it is that, well, it exists, so now I'm going to world build around it, and I'm going to try to have as much fun with it as I can. I still kind of wish it didn't exist.
The other spell that I really don't like, and this is like a weird pet peeve, it's not a good spell. I don't know why I hate it so much. I just really hate Nistel's Magic Aura.
Oh,
I just hate it. I hate it. It's a dumb spell.
My God, I love Nistles. Nistles is the only fun spell. Okay, so this actually makes a lot of sense, because I was going to say that I think the one that irks me is Identify. And I think that it kind of hits a lot of the same buttons. The idea that, like, all of the mystery surrounding an object can be dispelled with a level 1 spell. Sorry, just a second.
For sure.
How dare you?
I think we agree completely about Identify. I think that I just treat Identify on a very narrow sort of, like, rules as intended interpretation, because I think clearly the intent of an Identify is you get a, like, quote unquote capital M, capital I magic item, a sword or a wondrous item or a scroll, and you cast Identify and figure out what it is. I don't think the intent of Identify was ever that you, like, walk up to the DM's, like, magic device that's part of a puzzle and cast it and figure out how the puzzle works.
Right.
Though clearly that is what the spell says it does. I think that's obviously not the intent, and, like, I think it's just meant to, like, yeah, you can figure out what your magic item does for a first level spell.
For sure. And I think, I can't believe it's taken this long to come up today. D&D as a game has that, like, it runs on wheels and feels and whimsy, right? Like, you can't actually try to interpret 5e's rules.
No, of course.
It doesn't have good rules. But I think that's why I like Nistles, is because it's an in-world canonical explanation for not only why Identify might sometimes not work, but, like, the precedent that, yes, sometimes mages know that Identify exists and they want to fuck it over. And that is what I love. This is what I love about world building in a system with Magic, is the idea that the mages are aware of each other. They do know what spells exist in the world, and they build countermeasures. They build ways to beat the other magic that exists in the world, and that is what I love in world building.
Yeah, no, I've said this before. I feel like the whole, like, often spellcasting to me in 5e feels like a game of, like, rock paper scissors. Like, I cast Force, I cast Identify,
Agreed.
I have cast Nistles. Like, it just is, it's annoying.
Yeah. I do agree with that. I think the reason that I like Nistles and kind of give it a pass on that is because it is up for creativity. It's not just like Identify fails, it's you decide what the Identify says, and that leaves a lot of room for fun.
I will say one of the biggest, like, inspirations I have taken as a DM in the last, like, 6 months was when watching EXU with Brennan, when they were in Avalier, this high magic city run by archmages and the, like, highest magic time ever, everything with, like, magical security all around, and his, like, NPC snuck through using, like, a level 2 invisibility and a decent stealth check, and he afterwards just said, like, think of all the insane shit you people have gotten away with the level 2 spell. And it was so, like, it was vindicating to me to think, like, okay, like, sometimes people just get away with shit. Yeah. Everything doesn't need to be, like, perfectly protected against, perfectly secure. Well, sometimes people just roll good and get away with shit.
There was a thread on Reddit that came up recently for how do you build high-level encounters that are engaging. And a point that came up in it is at higher levels and with access to a certain degree of magic, like 3rd and higher, your first plan is always going to succeed. You cannot prevent somebody's first plan with surprise and advantage from working if they have all their resources and magic. The encounter becomes not not do you prevent them from taking the MacGuffin, but what happens next? How do they get it back? Because they have all those same tools, and now it's the consequences that become the encounter, not the prevention. And I think that is kind of just a world-building thing that can be very frustrating, of course, but it's also something that at high levels in D&D you kind of have to embrace. Because the system is built in such a way that a high-level adventuring party's first plan is always going to work.
Right.
Now that we've been real negative, can we do a flip, and what is your favorite spell?
Ooh.
Hold on, Feck didn't give us his least favorites yet, and I'm dying to hear them.
It's true. One of them was
Identify.
You did say Identify, yeah.
I did say Identify. There was one more, though, and I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, it's just, this one's kind of a blanket, but, like, hold person, banish, anything that just removes somebody from the fight. Like,
yeah.
And this we barely even need to touch on, because I think we all agree. Crowd control in 5e is bad. It's built in such a way that you fail a wisdom save once, and then you watch your friends play D&D for 3 hours.
Yeah, it is. Hard to agree.
It's bad game design. Nobody likes that. Nobody's having fun with that. And I think
that's
that
why
Drake has done, and Pathfinder 2 has done, because they keep doing a lot of the same things. I'm here to start trouble. Is when you fuck up on a crowd control, it's not that you lose your whole turn, it's that you lose some of your options. Like, oh, you can only take one action this turn, or like you have to do a hostile action, you have to do a healing. Like, I don't know, I like that. I like it when failure prevents, or it gives restrictions. It shapes the way you play, but it doesn't prevent you from playing.
Yeah.
We've talked at great length about how in 5e, like on the player end as a PC, obviously you don't want it to happen, but nothing is more fun than when you get like mind controlled and get to just like wreck your friends.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
especially if they've been pissing you off.
Yeah, like being paralyzed or being banished or being held is just misery. You're not having fun anymore. You just get up and go refill your drink. But when you're mind controlled, a player never tries harder to find their optimal turn than when they're mind controlled.
Oh my god, it's so true.
Like they're like, wait, let me look through every item I have. Let me look through each and every one of my ability scores. How can I possibly do more with this turn?
One of my favorite moments in any campaign is when Shadroth was flying away and he mind-controlled Factory, and I did like 120 damage to Javeth as he stepped out the doorway. That was... everybody loves that. Everyone loves being mind-controlled.
Yeah, it's a good time.
So let's do favorite spells.
Oh boy. I love Wish. I know this is such a milquetoast answer.
Come on.
I know it's a milquetoast answer, but I can justify it.
You can't pick Wish.
I can.
Your justification is shit.
My justification...
Pick a different spell.
Alright, fine. Hang on, I have to look through the list now, though.
Justification that I want every spell in the game is not acceptable. It's like going to a genie and asking for more wishes.
Yeah, exactly.
Fuck off.
That's the person that I am, though. Don't you know who you're talking to?
I know, but I refuse to accept that part of you.
Flexibility is my fetish. I love flexibility.
Let's phrase this in a way that works for Feck. What is your favorite spell to cast by casting Wish?
Okay, alright. I've talked a lot about Mirage Arcane, but I don't know if it's my favorite. It's just very good.
It's a cool spell. I know mine immediately.
Do it if you got it, because I have to look through the list. I got to remind myself.
It's Modify Memory, and it's not close.
Oh, Modify Memory is so good.
I love Modify Memory. All the Toklo shenanigans I got done with Modify Memory, it's just such a silly... It's like, not silly. It's such a fun, open-ended, creative, like... There's so much you can do with it. It's one of those spells where the possibilities are limited by what you can think of as a player.
Yep. I love every divination spell in the game. Scrying and divination are probably my top two favorites, because it is an in-canon, canonical, reasonable explanation for you to go to the DM and say, hi, I would like some hooks and some lore, please. And the DM can say, hey, here's some hooks and here's some lore. Thank you for coming, and thank you for your spell slot. It's a perfect exchange. I love it.
I hard agree with you, but I'm going to have, like, devil's advocate, a follow-up question here. Does your PCs using divination magic to suss out your lore not, like, bother you as a DM?
Oh my god, I crave it. I wait with bated breath for the players to get, like, instead of going to the library for 3 days, why don't I ask a god 4 very targeted and specific questions, and then the DM can sit there and kind of tell me all the juiciest bits for 4 minutes. Like, I love that. I love that so much.
I totally agree. I was hard devil's advocating. 100% totally agree. What about you, Drake?
95% of the time, hard agree. There have definitely been some times where I'm just like, But can't you just go play the game?
We are.
Like,
That's the
just
point.
go talk to this NPC. I spent like 5 hours making them,
Yeah.
and like go find the book. Don't ask God.
It's because, Drake, you love mystery. You love the slow
Right.
unraveling of a
I do
mystery.
too, though.
And I just think that
I-
this is not the system for it.
Yeah. I love mystery so much, and nothing. I shouldn't say nothing, but one of the things that was like most upsetting to me in Crosswinds was Ace getting that monocle,
Oh, yeah.
where it was just like, we know everything, and I was just like, okay, well, guess that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Probably should have made that
Nice.
cooldown or price much higher than it was. I like the mechanic. I think it was just too accessible.
I think I agree with like both of you to certain extents. I like try to use some like reward examples here to illustrate what I'm saying. I like when Brooke used her mirror to learn all kinds of information about it, about Malkoth's amulet, and then about like the
Yeah.
other question. That warms my heart as a DM. I love that shit. I love being able to like put in sort of, I don't know, bits of backstory and lore that you're learning via this sort of like cryptic method. Things that I despise, and this goes back to kind of what I was saying earlier with like identify, are like, oh, I'm just gonna cast a spell to figure out how to solve this puzzle. Like,
Right.
fuck you, buddy. Sit here and play the game.
Right. Yeah, I like cryptic divination.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think that, like, I said divination. I can't remember if it's divination or commune. The one that lets you respond in a cryptic phrase is the one that I like.
It's commune and contact of the plane.
I'm so excited about Contact Other Plane. Sorry, sidebar.
Damn, I'm so upset that that failed.
I'm so glad
I
it
too.
failed because it's the only time I've seen it fail.
That's true. I do think that is the only time I've ever seen it fail.
Because we've always had a paladin and a bard hanging out, just chilling with
Right.
contact other plane, and it's like, well,
This is
always going to work.
This is why I love new D&D players, is because they use the spells you've never seen, or they
Yes.
let them fail in ways that you've never seen before.
Right, absolutely. I treasure having like fresh new players at the table. It's the best.
Hey, if you guys are new to D&D and you're nervous about playing D&D, let me reassure you, new D&D players are the best D&D players.
For sure, absolutely, 100%.
There's nothing worse than a D&D player who knows what they're doing and has been playing the game for 5 years.
Yeah, absolutely.
Not to call out Frisk, but I love you very much.
Speaking of Frisk, what's your worst character that you've ever played for? Or did we finish that? I just asked, somebody else do a question.
So I scrolled through Twitch to see if any questions over there, but
God, there's so many good ones. I don't know where.
I know.
I didn't do my favorite spell. Mine's obvious. It's Enlarge Reduce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a great spell.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
That's also an unbelievably memorable moment from Crosswinds was
Yep.
Gale enlarged and reduced the like scaffolding in that
Yep.
one place. I don't remember where we were, but I'll never forget that moment.
That was at the God Show.
Yeah, that whole God Show was just amazing.
The God Show was a really
It's a dope
fun
ass place. Yeah.
Oh, here's a good one. What's your favorite tone for your campaigns? Like dark, gritty, serious, goofy, humorous,
Oh,
heroic, etc.
Oh my god, it varies so much. I like. How do I put it? It's the same answer as my wish bell. I like variety. I like flexibility. I like the idea of being able to go to a part of the world that is a nice, happy, peaceful kingdom that has no problems. And then I like being able to sail or take an airship for 2 or 3 weeks and find yourself in a barren hellscape filled with monsters and broken castles and vampires. I love variety. I love being able to kind of engage a little bit with different things at different places in the world. But I know that that's a cop-out answer, so I'm going to try to give something a little more concrete. And it is the heroic adventuring party with a looming air of, like, there's some big threats going on, but we're going to persevere and do heroic shit to try to fix it. Which I think was kind of the early C1 days in your campaign, Drake, where we're just a fledgling adventuring guild trying to do good in the world, and there's some pretty bad shit happening, but we're gonna do our best to make it work.
Yeah.
I feel like my like general tone mood of a campaign is like generally like I don't know. I've never run like a super duper dark, like, very gritty, very depressing sort of mood. Mine are always like they have elements of that, but generally, like I feel like my games generally follow an element of like I don't know, like destiny, like
Yeah, yeah.
unwitting heroes, like destined to solve some big problem in the world or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's quite tone. I guess that's more plot. I don't know how I quite like describe the tone that I prefer.
I
Go,
kind of
go
get it.
listen to Age of Awakening if you want to know the tone that I prefer.
Yeah.
I do feel like I kind of thrive in the like the Mario Kingdom shit, the
Hell
like
yeah.
juxtaposed silly shit with serious shit.
I feel like your tone is just the general, like, generic D&D tone, where it's like, we're kind of dark and serious, but then also, let's throw in a dick joke and we chopped off Mario's hand.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, for sure, exactly.
It's like, on the surface, it seems like regular fantasy, but then it's just like, we're a little bit goofy too, though.
Right, exactly. It's definitely not like high fantasy. I don't want to run like Lord of the Rings,
Right.
but like little Lord of the Rings spattered in with some Mario dick
Yeah.
jokes.
It's very just D&D.
I think sometimes tone in my campaigns also follows like the player. Like sometimes when we get into 18 shit, it's pretty dark and heavy.
Yeah.
But when we get into frog
Yeah.
shit, flu shit, maybe not so much always.
Yes. It kind of the Avatar feeling, right? Like, they have dark moments, they have funny moments, but you get a little bit of everything.
Yeah.
I wouldn't-
Avatar's actually like a very good for tone.
Yeah. I wouldn't want a campaign that is all political intrigue, which is why I hate the Feywilds. I wouldn't want an all grim dark Elden Ring setting. I couldn't do it. I could do it for a month, and then I'd be like, I have to get out of here. I have to go slay a dragon and see some giants. Like, I don't know. I need a
But
variety.
you could do that in Elden Ring.
Sure, but it's
most of Elden
If you
Ring.
want everything to be gray and dark and dreary the whole time, I have to have variety. I have to be able to see the point of a fantasy world for me is to see lots of different things.
I love mystery and gothic horror.
Yeah, I know you
I'm
do.
easy.
Yeah.
You're easy.
Yeah.
I will.
I do need a bit of like some humor and levity sprinkled in there, but my safe space is in gothic horror and like mystery and stuff like that.
I do like mystery too, and I do think maybe that's part of my big beef with a lot of divination magic. It makes it hard to justify having any kind of mystery in your world when that stuff exists. Like,
Yeah.
even if the players don't have it, like So, like, for example, Zeke will sort of go over the curtain here a little bit and say, like, I haven't totally mapped out the whole world that the continent our Age of Awakening is set in yet. I have some sort of like vague ideas. If you guys asked me about it, I could fill in some dots. But it's inexcusable in a world with even third, fourth level divination magic that the world doesn't know absolutely every single thing there is to know about geography, right?
Sure.
There can't be a mystery about what lies beyond that ocean. That's not possible.
That was true in our world 200 years before the medieval era that D&D is set in, without any magic. Yeah.
Yeah, just I like some mystery. I like some mystery that can't just be solved with magic.
See, okay, here we go. We got hot topics coming on. If your mysteries can be solved by a first through second level spell, your mysteries aren't good enough. Like, I don't know how to say it another way, but like, I in Fantasy High, run by Brendan Lee Mulligan, he does a brilliant job of explaining how you can build mystery in a world that has information, that has magic. And he does such a good job of building mysteries that don't rely on the absence of information, but with the twisting of information, the presence of misinformation, the presence of things that have been intentionally scrubbed. And I think that is not just good world building for D&D. It's also just like how real people really make mysteries in real life. They misinform, they mislead. No, it's so hard to build mystery by just hiding information because it's so easy for information to become discovered.
Yeah, but why would you do all that work when you can just be like me and say like, well, there's only like 6 people in the world that have fifth level divination magic, and this just isn't what they're interested in.
That's fair.
Because that's my cop out.
Right, and again, we're getting back into one of our biggest just differences is I love world building for magic. I love the implications of, hey, divination magic is a thing, so of course they've mapped the globe. Like,
yeah, that is a huge difference, I think, between you and me. And I don't know about Drake. Maybe I think me and Drake are closer to similar on this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure though. Like I like, I like 6th+ level magic to be something that like a handful of the world's most powerful have access to, and like nobody, 70% of the population doesn't have any magic. Something like 10 to 20 has like 1st to 2nd, maybe dabbling in 3rd, and like most of the adventurers of the world are 4th to 5th level spellcasters.
Yeah, I think I am a moderate mix of both of you. I think I'm a little bit closer to Zeke in that I hate world building for 5th edition's magic.
Yes.
But I am closer to the fact where I'm like, magic is interesting, and this could be like really cool and have a bunch of really interesting implications. But because of a lot of the way that 5e's magic is balanced, it's kind of balanced in a way that is like kind of destructive to world building in a lot of ways.
Agreed.
Which is why I spent so long rewriting a bunch of the magic system, because I was like, I want to have fun with this, and I need a system that is going to fit in the magic level that I kind of want.
Right. 2 things. First of all, a quick one. It didn't come up when we were talking about our least favorite spells. We all hate resurrection magic. It ruins games. Nobody likes that. The second big one, though, I think one of the reasons I love world building for magic is because if you have a story where your heroes are the first people in existence to have crazy powerful magic, it means the campaign and the story has to end when their stories end. Or the world like drastically changes forever in a weird way. I like ideas of characters walking into a world that is bigger than them. And if your characters are the only people in the world who have access to 9th level magic, that means they're bigger than the story. They're bigger than the world. And I don't know. It's like a purely opinion thing, but I don't like that.
I would agree if you're starting the campaign at that point, but I like a campaign where your characters start as nobodies, and by the end they are bigger than the world. That to me is like the classic D&D tiers of play. Like,
that's fair.
We've talked like an Age of Awakening. By the end of this campaign, like presumably you guys will be the only people in the world that can do 9th level magic, and that's how I like a campaign to end up.
For sure.
I want you guys to feel like big damn heroes when it's all said and done.
I like to feel like big damn heroes. I don't like to feel like unprecedented gods. I want to be renowned, but not because I just have the cool thing that nobody else has, but because of what I've done with it.
That makes sense.
I just want to be a vampire lord.
Well, if you would just hurry up and get moving.
Well, if people would stop pissing around in the fucking Feywild.
Your certified laminated story reward is waiting right here. Just come get it.
Asshole.
All right.
Oh. Is it time for another question?
Yeah,
that's right.
Didn't I just ask?
Maybe
you did. I got this next one. And let's get some more fights going. What's your spiciest D&D opinion?
Oh my god, are we doing this? Okay, I've had a lot of spicy takes, right? And they change every couple weeks. Like a few weeks ago, it was like, oh, health bar should never be hidden. Before that, it was like, oh, fall damage is stupid. I don't know. I have a lot of spicy takes. My current one, and the one that's been brewing lately, and this one is less mechanical and more like table manner / roleplay philosophy. And it's a little spicy.
Sounds spicy already.
There has been a push in the modern D&D table to treat D&D like an improv show. Like you are a performer and you are helping to put on a story. And yes, that's great. This is a collaborative storytelling game, and having the sense to improv well and to collaborate is important. God, there's no way to say this that doesn't sound spicy. There is a certain point where your enjoyment of the game can suffer if you're making unrealistic or undesirable choices for the sake of putting on a story. It can make you feel detached from the game in a way that is not fun. So I think the take is sometimes it's okay to treat it like you really are the character behaving selfishly, ignoring the meta thread of what is going on. Sometimes it is okay to forget for a moment that you're part of an improv troupe and instead just be a character and be a player. Which I guess is all a fancy way of saying that method acting is the coolest form of acting, but like that's, I don't know, it feels deeper than that. I think that there is too much emphasis on trying to pretend that you're a professional improv actor, and you're not. You're a dude, and having fun with D&D means being a dude pretending to be another dude.
I don't have spicy takes because all my takes are correct.
You can be correct and spicy.
True.
Mine is spicy and correct, I can tell you that.
Okay, you do yours first, because I can't figure out mine.
Perception is a constitution check, not a wisdom check.
Hell yes.
You're
Hell yes.
wrong.
I'm objectively right. You're
You
both
are
you're
right.
dead wrong. If you envision for me, let me draw a picture for you.
I agree with this so much.
It's a dark room.
Yep.
There is a fireplace burning,
There-
filling up the room with a lovely smell of crackling mahogany. There's an old man sitting in a rocking chair with a cup of tea, giant Coke bottle, spectacles on, and you and your adventuring party have come to him for advice because he is a wizened old man, a man with years and years of wisdom.
Yep.
And he gets up to hobble over to you on his cane and says, "Oh, sorry, Sonny, I'm hard of hearing."
Yep.
And then he rolls a perception check and has like a plus 15 because
Yep.
he's so wise. It's ridiculous.
It's fucking
Your perception
stupid.
is a function of your body's health, not of your wisdom.
Correct. I would entertain dexterity, but that I understand that has mechanical imbalance problems. I would entertain dexterity as not.
Dexterity is an insane take. What the hell are you talking about?
That's even crazy constitution.
That's the craziest take I've ever heard.
I think that like senses and reflexes are closely intertwined. I would accept that.
Madness.
Absolutely
Total
not.
madness.
So the
You're now
reason-
telling me that this old man in front of the fireplace is very dexterous too? You have missed the analogy.
No. That's what I'm saying. Is because the reason that he's hard of hearing is because he has bad reflexes, or at least that they're intertwined.
I'm with you.
Yes, yeah.
Crazy and wrong. Totally crazy and wrong. And I understand you at
Obviously,
least.
this is unacceptable because Dex is already broken.
Right. And it's also unacceptable because it makes no fucking sense. Like, Constitution, I can see the thread. It's wrong. But, like, it's gotta be wisdom, because perception isn't just your ability to see good. It is also your ability to react and understand what you are perceiving.
Oh, react like a reflex sort of thing, you might say?
See, in my opinion, I see what you're saying, but in my opinion, your ability to interpret and react to the information that you're perceiving is called investigation, a function of your intelligence.
This is a spicy take. I
Just
like
seeing and hearing shit is perception. I think the book even describes it as such. I think the example given in the player's handbook is like perception would allow you to spot that there's a door on the other side of the room. Investigation would allow you to spot that it's trapped or locked or whatever.
Yeah.
Right.
Like, just seeing
But-
shit is your eyeballs. It's your eye holes.
It's
Your eye holes
also-
are what help you see.
No,
It's also just weird that wisdom encapsulates so much, and then for some reason also your ears. Like,
Okay.
it's dumb. It's real dumb.
So my interpretation of it is that it's not just that, like, think about when you are like walking through a hallway in the dark, and you glance out of the corner of your eye, and you see a coat rack, and it's just kind of a dark silhouette. Your perception is your ability to understand that that is a coat rack, not a shadowy man
No,
about to
that's
kill you,
investigation.
or vice versa.
That's investigation.
No, because it's at a glance. Like, it's immediate perception. It is not you going over there and feeling it and examining it for traps. It is
So
your
you're
immediate, like, glance, understand what that is.
So to use my same analogy, you're telling me that old crotchety old wise man with big Coke bottle glasses would be better at noticing that the coat rack is not a man, despite his dog shit vision.
Uh-huh.
Well, that's why he has disadvantage on the check.
Oh, so we're using disadvantage now to do what the system could instead do by making the stats right.
Mm.
Okay, explain to me how this crotchety old man is supposed to see things with his dexterity.
Well, dexterity is crazy. We can agree on that.
Right.
I'll see
Madness.
dexterity. I do think that con is the right answer, and I've been saying this for a long time, by the way. I fully agree
Yeah.
that perception should be con.
Wait, we need Drake spicy
We
take.
do need Drake spicy take, and
I
then I'm
know,
going to
I-
loop back to mine.
I can't
Because somebody
think
asked
of
me.
one off the top of my head.
Let's hear your next one then.
Surely, here, I'm going to do one for you. You think that fall damage should be the same even for small creatures?
Oh yeah. I think that if you are a druid and you turn into an ant, you should take full fall damage. And then you should be instantly killed because you're a druid.
Cool.
That's not a spicy take. That's just a poor
Oh,
understanding of physics.
No, here's my
exactly.
here's my actual spicy take.
Yeah.
It's not about physics. It is about mechanical balance, which should take some precedent sometimes.
I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying. I do think sometimes mechanical balance should take precedence over physics. That said, you and I also hard just agree about wild shape being a dumb feature. So
right,
yeah,
what you're actually saying is you hate druids, and that's fine.
Yeah,
I can understand that.
That's my spicy take. Is that druids are drastically overpowered and are underrepresented by the community, and it should have been banned.
This is a crazy opinion, by the way. I have to throw it out there. This is insane. Druids are not even good. They are one of the worst full casters.
So the reason that I think that druids are overpowered, and it's not even that they're overpowered. Wild shape is stupid and overpowered, but they're as a full class. I mean, they're more powerful than most casters, aside from the fact that they get permanent subtle spell. But I think that they are a very bad class for a party-based system because they completely take away from any sort of cooperative need
like
in the
bards
game.
And wizards.
In a very different way.
Okay.
Like druids are literally unkillable. They are never punished for anything that they do. They have access to everything.
It's
and yeah, like it bothers me that as Brooke, I was able to go off on my own, fuck around, got shot, took like 120 damage, and then came back and it was like, I used a resource and I'm back and I'm fine.
And you accomplished nothing and stepped on none of your party members' toes. That's what I'm saying. Whereas a wizard or a bard would have gone up there and soloed everything and succeeded.
No, they would not.
They would. They would have gotten farther than Brooke did.
No, they wouldn't, because they would have gotten shot, taken 120 damage, and be fucking dead because they didn't have health for it.
I mean, there's no way I'm going to sell you on this. I know that this is deeply seated. I think you're crazy. I think you're actually crazy. I think that you had bad experiences with druids, and it has now permanently tainted your impression of the class.
I'll find the middle ground here. You can fix druids with two things. Here's how you fix druids. Spicy take. 1, only moon druids can shapeshift.
Sure.
2, you can't shapeshift into anything smaller than a tarantula.
Sure. I mean, that's basically what Drake did.
That's it. It's fixed. We're done. Problem solved.
Yeah.
At least because all my problems with druids are shapeshifting, and it's like, it's not a rational problem. It's not a balanced problem. It's just that it's an I Zeke hate it problem. I don't want my player to turn into an ant and go do whatever they want.
But it's okay if a bard or a wizard does it, just not a
bard. Can't do that. How's a bard do that?
Polymorph.
Tell me how. Yeah, they turn into an ant with no intelligence and wander around randomly looking for bread. Only a druid has an int score and a wisdom score as an ant.
Yeah.
If you turn into an ant with polymorph, you wander around looking for bread. That's all you do.
All right.
It's true.
Can I tell an anecdote? I know I've told this. Can I?
Do ants even eat bread?
I guess
they probably just look for
eat everything. Yeah.
I just mean, like, they probably wouldn't look for bread. They would, you know what I mean, though.
I have to touch back on the mechanics versus creativity thing because this is so important to me. This is my deep trauma. This is my D&D trauma. When I started playing D&D early on in Drake's very first campaign, there was a moment where Fekru was falling to his death and he used Wild Shape to turn into a spider and floated down, grasping to a feather. And the word that I got from Drake at that was, "I'm so glad you joined the campaign. This is so creative. This is what D&D is all about." Somewhere between then and the end of his campaign, I got very rules lawyery.
I was lying.
I got very rules lawyery. I got obsessed with trying to interpret 5e mechanically, which, by the way, fool's errand, this game's rules suck. Please don't try to play 5e mechanically or lawyery. It does not work. The game will break. But through all of that, it became very antagonistic. It became very adversarial. And at the end of the campaign, in a beautiful bookend, at the end of Fekri's arc, as he was fighting his villain, he started falling again and tried to bookend it by doing the same thing, turning into a spider, riding the feather harmlessly down to the ground. And this time, mechanically, I did exactly what the book said should happen, and I took 80 points of damage, and my creative solution did nothing. It was the most disappointed I've ever been in any D&D campaign ever, and I still hold a grudge because I'm a terrible person. And I think that there is a point where you cannot let mechanics dictate how the game is played, especially in a system where the mechanics are not good to begin with. And I think that is like an important sticking point. The whole point of a tabletop RPG is that creativity is the foundation and the backbone of the game. Fuck mechanics is what I'm saying, and I can't believe
Fuck
I'm saying
mechanics.
it.
I think we can all agree, fuck mechanics.
Yeah, fuck mechanics.
Yeah. I'm sorry that you still hold a grudge.
It's okay. I don't really mean it. I'm mostly just telling the story because I've never done it before on stream anyway.
I've heard this story 4 dozen times.
I still think that I ruled it right only because Marisha turned into a goldfish and died.
See, this is what I'm saying. I think that Drake has like meta issues with druids caused by totally unrelated things from other players in other campaigns, and just as a result, I hate druids.
I love Marisha as a druid, and I love druid. I hate DMing for druids. I hate playing druids. It's awful. They're terrible.
Also, somebody asked in chat whether health bars should be visible or not, and of course they should, but without numbers. I don't like exact information, but I like knowing that my damage matters.
They should not be visible.
Here I am bringing up the middle again. I don't show my health bars in Age of Awakening, but if a player will ask me, like, how much health does it look like you have, I'll allow a check for it, medicine, insight, to get sort of a gauge for what kind of percentage they're at.
Yeah, I'm with Steve.
It doesn't address the reason that I like having health bars visible, though. And I know that this is going to sound fucking paranoid as shit. If I invest in a character, and their whole deal is that each of their hits does 4 times as much as the wizard, and I don't see the health bar going down by 4 times as much as when the wizard swings, I assume that all of the investments I've made to do extra damage are just being ignored. The health bar is being fudged, and I should have just taken spells instead.
Who hurt you?
Right, I understand. I understand that this is a hurt opinion, and frankly, it's mostly because of... I'm such a hypocrite, is because I've been ruined by outside players in other campaigns, in other situations. It's Reddit. Reddit is like obsessed with like, yes, you should always fudge health bar. Don't even track enemy health. Why would you track enemy health? Just have it die when it's supposed to die. And that mentality infuriates me, because half of the game is building a martial character that does a lot of damage. And if damage doesn't matter, why play a martial character?
Let me bounce off of that question with a tangent. Kind of basically just the question you're just asking. I'm going to start this question with an example.
Do it.
Yesterday.
Yes.
Or Monday, when we did Age of Awakening.
Yeah.
Major spoilers for the episode that just happened. Mute your mic for like a minute if you don't want to hear this. Elra, badly bloodied, walks into the Timmy Vault. Malkoth finally free. The player had been sitting there at the table for 5 hours doing nothing, watching his friends play D&D.
Yep.
He gets his moment. He casts his spell. Beautiful cinematic moment. Infernal magic rages out of him. He deals 3 hit points lower than Elra's remaining hit points. Do you just say he killed him, or does he keep the 3 hit points? I have never, to my knowledge, I don't think, fudged a hit point, like... But I have seen arguments that in a case like that, give the guy his kill, let the cinematic moment happen, because then, Lush comes in and just punches him in the back of the head, and the kill is, So do you think you should ever, like, fudge HP by a little bit here and there to make a cinematic moment happen?
So this is highly situational, but it is consistent with what I've said before on this exact topic. If it's the difference between the monster getting another turn and not getting another turn, you play it totally straight. You play it as fair as possible, because that monster wants another turn and should have a chance to cast another fireball. If it's the difference between Malkoth getting the kill or like some other NPC wanders over and bonks in the head for 3 damage, you give Malkoth the kill. Obviously, you let him have his moment.
Good. I think I agree with that. I felt afterwards when I listened back to it like I should have just said he was dead. Should have just let him just die there.
If it means letting anyone else other than Lush get the kill, then yes.
Yeah, because it was Lush, I felt it was actually okay. Because this is kind of Lush's enemy too. Like,
That's true. Lush had this moment.
I
think Gail was saying the opposite thing.
Yeah, I was like the opposite thing.
No, I was at first like, wow, you should let Malkoth have that, until I saw that Lush was up next. I'm like, okay, this makes sense. It's like a father-son thing. Like, that's cool.
I'm also mostly teasing. He's a
Yeah, we're gonna say a lot of mean things to each other tonight. We're mostly teasing.
I actually am truly despise both of you.
Yeah, I hold a tremendous resentment against Straight in all things, for real.
Yeah.
Very deep. He's not like my favorite DM.
He's never gotten over that spider moment. And I've never gotten over the other spider moment.
Yep.
We say it as a joke, he really hasn't. I mean, here he is talking about it. It's been like 5 years.
It's true.
Oh, Philo hates us too.
Oh yeah, Philo. Well, we all hate Philo too.
Everyone hates Philo. We all know that.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Who's
Dude
that?
can't voice act.
Philo's fucking tiny Vasu is the craziest shit I've ever heard in my life.
It's really good.
I was like having a good time with that bit until Vasu stepped in, and then like, oh my god, where is this coming from? Okay, who's up?
Oh man. I can't remember.
There's a good question in Twitch. Let's do it. What's the most creative use of an item that you've seen, magical or not?
Oh man.
Ooh,
We know yours is a guy riding a feather, so let's move on.
I guess that counts.
I know mine, and it's so convoluted I would need to think for a long time about everything that went into it, but it's Octopus Heist.
Oh, Octopus Heist.
The often-cited Octopus Heist. But that was more the clever use of like 20 items and 13 spells.
I mean, there was like a bag of holding in
the main thing was a bag of holding in a wild shape, but there was a lot going into that plan.
I feel like if you were to just do a poll of this question with every DM who's ever run D&D, 90% of the answers would involve a bag of holding.
Yeah, I mean, it always has to, basically, right?
There's so much room for creativity with bags of holding.
I am trying to think back if there were any that happened like while I was DMing where a player did it.
Right.
And I know that there were many, and I just am blanking. The only one that I can think of that I did was that fucking bomb on the illicit ship.
Hell yeah.
Yes, that was amazing.
Oh, can I do the Alfwood gun story? Does that count? I'll take any excuse to talk about that shit.
Wait, which one?
The dead man's trigger.
Oh, fuck you. No, you don't get to tell that story. Yeah, you can tell that story.
There was an NPC who was an artificer. He was working with early firearms. Firearms had just been discovered. And I knew the players were going to try to steal the guns. And I knew that this guy was smart enough to know that the players would try to steal the guns. And the guy knew that this was a suicide mission and had reasons to understand that his possessions would be left behind and he'd be reincarnated elsewhere. So he installed dead man's triggers on his guns so that when he let go of them, they would explode after a couple seconds. Had that shit prepped weeks in advance. Fight comes around like fucking clockwork. They kill this guy first and grab the guns and throw them over to Trace. And Trace catches both of them, and then I pop the card that says, here's the reflex save for the dead man's trigger.
Other way around. I stole the guns and threw them to Philo.
You threw them to Philo, that's right.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was.
And then he took a fuck ton of damage.
Sure did.
And nearly died.
Saw that shit. He was ready for that shit. But yeah, it was probably the feather. That felt good. That felt real good.
I can't think of the specific times, but I'm pretty sure that almost any time you guys used the magic paints in my first campaign.
Nolzers.
Oh, yeah.
I love Nolzers so much.
For sure. We used that too. We painted a hole in the bottom of a ship once in Land of the New Fire.
Yeah, you made me establish the you can only destroy the same value that you can create rule, which 50 gold, still a ton.
Yeah. Oh, Nestles. I think my favorite like magic item I've ever come up with was that broken alchemy jug. I think that's my number one magic item.
That was really good. Oh yeah, this is like a spin-off. What's your favorite homebrew magic item?
Oh gosh. I just said the alchemy jug, but there have been so many. Probably like it's kind of an extension of the alchemy jug, but the Patch's Dice of Time and Space, and really he hasn't used it much, but Patch's matches are amazing. I can't wait to see them.
I'm very excited to see those.
Because I'm just a sucker like Sochi for rolling D100s on tables.
That's the heart and soul. I like the sword that makes food when you touch it from my first campaign.
Mm-hmm.
That caused a lot of problems, and I was cool with it.
Oh man.
I like my PDF of like 100 Mario items.
Yeah, those are pretty good too.
That's also what I like. Need to publish a book of those and get sued for an NDA by Nintendo.
Diving into all of my like old homebrew items.
I know, like scrolling through my homebrew item document.
I had a lot of fun kind of ripping from Critical Role's Vestiges of Divergence.
Oh yeah.
We tease Matt for stuff
We do.
periodically. The Vestiges of Divergence is some of the best like
Yeah.
homebrew item design of
Oh, yeah.
anything I've seen.
Hell yes.
100%.
Hey, also,
It's-
Matt, you're really cool. I know I tease you a lot. It's jokes. It's jokes.
Yeah, I'm sure he's watching
He
right
might.
now.
He
Totally.
might. He might.
So
someday.
relieved. But yeah, genuinely, the Vestiges of Divergence are so cool because they fix so many like core problems with magic items in games, or at least in games that I've played in, where just having something that kind of grows with you and that you can keep with you and get really attached to is
Yes.
it's just so nice.
It's very good.
And the fact that they like awaken at different points creates this nice like mini quest line for you to be like, oh, how do I get it to its next level?
For sure.
Hell yeah.
It's such a nice, like, I mean, I feel like generally as a DM, you put, like, you know, milestones into each individual character's story anyway, just as part of building a campaign. And it's a nice, like, mechanical reward to give a player when they finish, you know, a part of their arc or whatever.
Yeah, 100%.
I'm a big fan of the Briganock charm I gave Gragnok. That one's pretty fun.
Yeah. All right. Who's up? Do we want to re-roll initiative because we forgot?
Let's re-roll initiative because we've lost track.
All right,
How about that?
6.
2.
Oh my god.
Uh-oh.
Betrayed.
Betrayed by the 18 die.
I was rolling it for fun on Monday, and it was rolling so hot.
Dude, when you were down here, it rolled amazing. I got a 9, so I got to go first. Yeah, it's just you can't roll 20 dice. Your real dice rolls were like the whatever 3 weeks you were down here were clutch.
Yeah, I was actually like rolling averagely.
Yeah.
It was like an actual spread instead of all 8s to 10s.
All right, let's find some questions.
Wait, what did you roll?
A 9.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yep, good.
Real high rolls.
Yeah, we really
Right,
killed it.
went in on a 9. No double digits.
We do eventually have to hit the favorite character thing just so we can all rag on Frisk. Wait, I thought this was his question. This isn't even his question.
He asked it as well.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, he did. He also did the same question. Okay.
Gosh. There's so many good questions in here. What's your favorite homebrew rule, or like homebrew, etc.?
Huh. God. So, both of my answers are things that are just filling in the gaps that 5e doesn't already do, so I feel like I don't really actually like them, because I don't like that I had to do them. They've just come up a lot, and I'm pretty happy with the way that I've chosen to resolve them. I like my rules for determining what counts as familiar in 5th edition, because there are so many things that require you to be familiar with the target, but then doesn't specify what that actually means. So I've got like a whole system for determining how familiar you are with the target for the purposes of spells that require that.
Yeah.
Pretty happy with that. And then I also have a house rule for what happens if, as a result of magic, a thing inside another thing becomes too big to fit inside that thing. And that one comes up all the time. I can't believe there's not a baseline rule for it.
I mean, the baseline rule is that you don't become bigger.
So when you cast enlarge, yes. But there's nothing. There are no baseline rules for you reduce the elf to the size of a mouse, or you polymorph them into a mouse, feed them to a cat, and then end concentration. Like there is no rule for what happens in that scenario, and it happens all the goddamn time in Dungeons and Dragons.
True.
Oh, I also like my modified Revivify for crosswinds.
Yeah, that was really cool.
Man. I've been... It feels weird to say, and I don't know if I can fully commit to this, but I've been enjoying my magic tweaks so far.
Yeah.
They are still work in progress. I'm sure they'll change a lot, but I have been enjoying that. And prior to that, just in terms of, it's not even really a house rule since it's a variant rule, but Gritty is just
oh my god, yeah,
so much nicer.
Yeah,
Oh my
Gritty's
God.
a must. I think we all agree on that.
yeah, for sure. I hope that it becomes the standard, because it just better matches the current modern style of D&D, where you're not dungeon crawling, you're living lives, and you fight once a day or so, maybe.
Yeah, and the thing is that Gritty can still be used for dungeons.
Yes.
You just have to, like, that is your adventuring week, is going into this dungeon.
Right, and you have to find a way to, like, sneak a couple short rests to them.
Yeah, I think it's downright necessary for the way that like we play D&D and all three of the campaigns that we run. Like, I read questions all the time on like the D&D subreddits for like a DM advice and stuff like that, and 80% of the time, at least, the answer is like do Gritty.
Yeah.
Like it solves so many problems with 5e if you just run a Gritty system, so you're doing 6 to 8 encounters a long rest.
It really does.
Yeah.
I know that there's for new DMs, there are a lot of intimidating things about going into DM, and there's this. You can be timid about doing too many house rules or variant rules off the bat. If you're only going to do one variant rule, do Gritty. It will fix more problems than it makes, I promise.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
The only people in the world that should not be doing Gritty are people that are just like doing dungeon crawl war games, like 8 fights a day.
My favorite house rule that I use just came up for the first time like on Monday was when a monster recharges an ability.
Yes.
That reaches at the end of their turn instead of the start.
Yes.
Such that, like, at the end of the monster's turn, the PCs get to learn whether they're going to get their ability back or not when they next go, so they can like strategize and play around that. Versus like at the start of their turn, they get their ability back and then immediately hose you with it.
Hard agree. And this touches on a big thing actually that I could rant about for hours. Good encounter design, in my opinion, is not mitigating the lack of information. It is having information and then reacting to it, and mitigating with the knowledge of information. There's an argument that could be made that like, oh, we need to fan out because the dragon might recharge his breath, and that's fine, but it's not as engaging or as interesting strategically as we know a breath is coming, we need to react to it.
Yeah, it's like the Into the Breach.
Yes. Oh my god, yes. Alright, I think I was next with a 6.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to do a weird one, mostly because I want to hear Drake's answer to this, because I want to hear him play favorites, but in the most awkward way possible. What is your favorite pairing of characters? Can be canon or non-canon.
Oh.
Tell me who you ship Tamrius Grim with.
Himself.
Good answer. I guess it doesn't. The question doesn't specify romantic pairing. Maybe there's just who's your favorite buddy cop.
I was gonna say I don't think I have a romantic one, but I gotta think about like just pairings.
I was gonna say there's also just some good duos.
I do just love Pepper and Jack to death.
They're the best. I love them so much.
Buttonsworth and Frog are really great.
Yes, solid choice.
Yes, absolutely. I love the two of them together.
Trying to think of something from Crosswinds. Gale and Nordo, because that's the only way to tie in Age of Awakening.
Yep, I really like Gale and Nordo's
They have a
dynamic.
great dynamic. It's really good. I liked Trace and Jerry. Trace and Jerry had a very fun
Trace and Jerry was really fun.
Yeah.
That's like the only time that I've enjoyed role playing with Frisk. I love you first. Uh,
Yeah.
See, all the best ones from Age of Waiting said I love Frog and Buttonsworth to death. I love Jack and Pepper to death. The 1815 dynamic is fun.
Yeah, that's a good one.
There's more to be explored there. Obviously, it's been very
Yeah.
brief, but
yeah,
I
it's gonna
have
be-
the deepest love. My favorite one for sure. It's not even close. I'm just realizing is like Patches and Dice. I love their shit.
Yes, that
Yeah.
was really good.
that the entire conversation while I was down there was so good.
It's so freeing to play Patches as this like demigod living in extraplanar space. Just like gets to exist in the metaverse, and
It really is
it's
a delight.
Every once in a while, I go back and I just listen to that clip again.
same.
I laugh every time. It's so
Yeah.
funny.
I know everyone's burnt out of shit on this relationship, but I do enjoy the Lucius Ravel. It's a fun one.
It is. I'm curious to see. I'm curious to see if Israfel has any redeeming qualities whatsoever. I really. Or good.
Yeah, I'm also really curious about seeing more from like Israfel. I'm actually genuinely very curious after last session about Malkoth and Lane.
Yeah, for sure.
I'm really excited.
that
Like I said,
was-
very excited to explore that relationship for sure, and explore Lane more just as an NPC because I really love him.
Yeah, I'm really curious about Lane. He seems fun.
And he made like an early appearance in the campaign, and then he had exactly the impact I kind of wanted and expected him to. Everyone was like, "This guy's a fucking asshole," and then disappeared forever. So I'm excited for him to sort of be roped back in a little bit here.
Yep.
Who else?
I love Odell's parents.
Odell's parents are the best. Yes. Sweet Bro Tour.
I did love Trace and Jerry. Obviously, I love Fekri and Arby.
Like Javeth and Pekri.
Javeth and Fekri were great. They had a good dynamic. Iskar Cricket's a good one. That one's in chat. I definitely agree with that. They were a storm of trouble.
For sure.
Yeah.
Oh, and how could I forget Moat and Nordo, of course, our himbo relationship.
Oh yeah.
One that started it all. Toklo and Farron, let's go old school.
Oh
That's a
my
home. That's a home
God.
game only relationship.
Yeah, that was great.
But yes, those two were enablers.
There's nothing better than when a D&D party has like two real troublemakers, just like absolute bastard characters, and then like two or three that are like along for the show, like they're there to enable it. There's a party with no sensible people in it can have some truly wonderful times.
Truly. I mean, that was our entire experience of Land of the New Fire, basically.
Yeah. All right. I think Drake's up.
All right. I need to pick a question that'll let me like give Frisk some love because I've been poking fun too much.
There was a who's your favorite player character? And if
So I don't want to do that one.
That's fair. That's fair. I'll do it when I get picked, and then
That's fair. Okay, here's one. What is the most creative like solution to a problem that you have had a player do?
ooh,
Oh man. I mean, I should probably describe it at some point. Octopus Heist is probably up there for me as one of the most. There's some other ones.
there was, and this is a classic D&D story. Every DM is going to relate with this story. There was a puzzle that I had set up in a temple where there was like a heavy metal ball and there was a track, and they had to find a way to move it along the track with some. But like the track was broken in such a way that there wasn't like a right answer anymore. So I was like, when I build puzzles, I typically don't have a solution to it. I'm like, how are the players going to solve this? And I wait to see what they come up with. I think of a goal and a win case, but not how they're going to get there. And they studied it for like 10 or 15 minutes, and they tried a couple things, and they didn't work. But ultimately, the goal was to put this metal ball into a pedestal at the end of the room. And I had done reasonable precautions that the dungeon creator would have done to prevent them from cheesing it. But what I hadn't done is bolted this pedestal to the floor. So what they did is they ripped it up, moved it over to the ball, and just turned it upside down on top of the ball. And like, yeah, that satisfies the puzzle. The door is unlocked. You did it. So instead of moving the ball, they moved the pedestal, and I thought that was very creative, and also disarmed this entire puzzle that I'd made, which is classic D&D.
That's beautiful.
This wasn't really like a problem to be solved, but it was the only time that I've seen Wall of Force used creatively. After Brisk had spent just sessions and sessions fucking me with Wall of Force, he finally impressed me with it in the fight with Ammon, when it was a fight where the environment kept changing, and at one point, one of the environments that they could switch to every round was essentially like this infinitely falling space. And so what he did was he created a wall of force horizontally, and like bug on a windshielded one of the very powerful enemies for like 100 damage.
Yep.
And I was like, well played. Like, this is the only time I've seen wall of force used creatively. This is extremely effective. There is nothing they can do about it. Well done. So
That was really good. I liked that.
it was really funny. I couldn't even be mad about it. I was just like, yeah, that tracks. It's a good thing that my big boss was beneath you guys, because that would have probably killed him.
Sure, did you do the
All
octopus
right.
story?
I don't know if I have. So, Octopus Heist. Let's set the scene here a little bit. There is a powerful fiend masquerading as a human, a very rich noble, city of Port Bell, who lives in a manor, very reclusive, very like high security. This is my first campaign, so I didn't know all the spells all that well, but I'd done everything I could to make this place like impregnable. There were like no windows on it or anything. That had like anti-magic field at the front door, so if anyone snuck in, it would break them out of it. There were guards everywhere, and detect magic is up all over the place. And the only openings physically in the whole thing on the outside where there's a drawbridge, and the drawbridge obviously had to have like chains to pull it up that go in through little like holes into a chamber up top. And I've got to play a table of 5 players. It's a warlock, an arcane trickster, a druid. The fuck else were the other ones? The important one is the druid. They got a bag of holding, as all good stories begin. One of the players turns into a raven. They fill the whole bag of holding with water, because they know that there are going to be guards inside when they get there. The octopus takes the bag of holding. Or no, everyone gets into the bag of holding, including the raven. Then the druid takes the bag of holding, and then the druid shapeshifts into an octopus. So now what we're dealing with is just an octopus.
Yeah.
I think the raven stayed out at this point now. I'm hazy on the details.
Yeah.
I think the raven then carried the octopus up
In the
so
bag
it could
of holding.
in the bag of holding, so it could cling onto the wall. Or no, with the bag of holding inside of the octopus, so that it could cling onto the wall. And I was, shown videos on YouTube of an octopus squeezing through like a straw, so that like this octopus can fit through this space. So the octopus squeezes through like the hole where the chains go in from this drawbridge. They all bust out of wild shape, bust out of the bag of holding, roll really good initiative, grab the 2 guards that are in the room, and then throw them into the bag of holding with the water and drown them in it. Like they just close it. And it was, I'm missing at least like 15 layers to this plan because like they thought of everything. They covered every base. I was like sitting here trying to think of the hole in this plot, the thing that would make it fail. And just like every single thing was covered. And then all the dice rolls went perfectly. It just was like a perfectly executed and like lucky roll plan
Hell yeah.
that went just as expected. And ended with throwing some guards into a bag of holding full of water, where they remained, if I remember right, for like a week before you guys got a chance to get out of town to like get rid of them. So you had some waterlogged, nasty corpses at that point. But
Sounds about right. All right, I think that brings it back to you.
I believe it does. Let's see here. All right. The dice rolls are going horribly one night. The players keep missing. The enemies not only keep hitting, but critting. Do you start fudging dice rolls to help your players or just let it unfold naturally? And I guess more
Hell
broadly, do you
no.
like ever fudge dice rolls?
Hell no. This is. Oh my god, I have strong opinions about this. The whole point of this game is uncertainty, right? That's the whole point. If the dice are telling you that something is happening, that happens. That's the point of D&D. What a DM's job is in that scenario. Your job is not to fudge the dice, because at this point, if you're going to fudge the dice, why even use them, right? If you want a specific outcome to happen, then why are you even using dice? Your job as a DM is to make sure that the outcome doesn't end the game, that it doesn't end the fun. Losing a battle should always be an option, and it should be a very real option. Your job is not to prevent anyone from losing a battle. It's to make sure that when they lose the battle, the story goes on. So when my players start doing very, very poorly, the first thing that comes to my mind is not, oh, I got to start fudging something. It's, what happens if they lose? What's the next step? How do I make that interesting? And I think that is how the game is meant to be played. I have very strong opinions about fudging and railroading. I think that they are I'll just go play make-believe if I wanted to write a story. I'll write a book. I'll write a novel.
I think I broadly agree with you. I will say I have not never fudged a dice roll.
No, of course not.
The only occasions where I will, and it's extremely rare. I don't think I've done it yet in Age of Awakening. Is like, especially my early days as a DM, balance is really hard in 5e because the system is so shit.
Yeah.
So if I can tell, obviously, that it is not like, the players have had some bad stroke of luck or things aren't going quite well because of the dice, and it's clearly like, oops, I really mistuned this encounter. These monsters are not appropriate for this party. Then every once in a while I've fudged a dice roll, or more often than even fudged a modifier. Been like, that's a bit too high. Let's make this a +3 instead of a +6,
Yeah.
But yeah, no, broadly I agree with you. Like, it's a dice game. The point is playing dice.
Yeah. I also think not every fight has to be balanced. Sometimes it's cool to walk into a fight and realize I shouldn't be here. I'm not ready for this fight.
Yeah, crabs.
Yeah,
Crabs.
exactly. Fucking crabs.
I can't talk because somebody's being fucking loud.
Oh, that's fair. Want us to go to the next one?
Unbelievable.
Sure.
I mean, if you have an opinion, this feels like a thing you would have an opinion on, so we can kill time until you're ready.
Yes, I'm gonna refill my drink real quick anyway, so just intermission
That's
real
fair.
quick.
We'll do a quick intermission.
Sure. Welcome back.
I have returned.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. All right. So, my opinion is that based
hear it.
on the parameters of the question, that would require me to have ever experienced a fight go my way. I have not been blessed with such an opportunity, so I have always rolled dice straight up on Roll20. They're always visible, with very few exceptions. I've occasionally done like stealth rolls, GM rolled, and stuff like that, just
Yeah.
secretly. But even those, I never fudge. If I fudged dice rolls, I would not roll as badly as I do. Like
Yeah.
fights would not go the way that they do.
Right.
So yeah,
I will say, like, I think if you find yourself in the situation described in this question, like your players are just getting hosed by the dice, things are going poorly, maybe you're risking like a TPK, and maybe it's, you know, a situation because, you know, if this happens against an intelligent humanoid enemy or something, then it's easy enough to be like, I just throw him in a dungeon when he's done with them or whatever, some sort of thing to keep the adventure happening. It's a little harder to justify something like that when you're fighting, like, I don't know, mindless you know, if your
Right.
players are getting swarmed by 100 zombies or whatever, and
Yeah,
they
the body
7
dissolving
crabs.
acid oozes that always kill their victims.
right, then it's a little hard to be like, well, if they lose it'll be okay. But I do think there's always ways to like to find a different way to lend your players a hand in a different way than
Yes.
fudging dice rolls.
Yes.
You can, in like the most extreme case, NPC shows up to help
Exactly.
them, you know, or even I think you can't even do it in mechanical ways that are less, I don't know, less against the spirit of the game than
Right.
fudging dice rolls, such as like knock 20 HP off their max HP, you know, make your enemies just a little bit closer to death. And I know that Feck probably is like
Chomping at the bit to yell at
his
you.
skin is crawling right now, but
Sure am.
yeah, I would. To me, I guess what I'm saying is, if I'm in a situation where shit is really going south for the party, it clearly is just because of very bad luck, and it's going to derail the campaign if it happens. I would sooner like fudge something else than fudge the dice rolls.
Right.
Like fudge a modifier, fudge an HP total, fudge something else,
Yeah.
or in a perfect case, place it something narratively. The monsters get, you know, have something else they need to go do, or
Yeah.
an NPC shows up, something in story that makes this go away.
Yeah. And I'll take it a step further and just like hard say it. I will fudge the narrative before I fudge the mechanics. I think as soon as you fudge the mechanics, you're breaking a seal and there's no going back.
I don't agree to that extreme, but I also think that you're rolling dice. Dice have to tell the story.
Right.
If shit goes real bad and a player dies because of it, then you figure out something after that. Like, it's a world with magic. I know we all play with like really strict resurrection rules because you don't want players just like dying willy-nilly and not being punished for, you know, fucking up. But, you know, resurrection can exist. There can be quests to be done. You can also, maybe the player doesn't die, like they are alive but have some crippling injury that they have to contend with now.
Yeah. They're also all of us are kind of, I think we have similar feelings on resurrection, but even in the absence of resurrection magic, D&D has a lot of other things that happen after you die. Like, becoming a ghost is an option. Becoming undead is an option.
That's true.
Getting sent to one of the outer planes and having to adventure your way, like, those are all real things that happen in the world, even in the absence of resurrection. And I think that the thing that we really have problems with is, well, why doesn't everyone do it? Why didn't Aunt Sally do this when she died? And
Yeah.
you know, there can be meaningful, logical reasons in your world building why Aunt Sally doesn't come back as a revenant, but your player does.
Yeah, I agree. I think honestly, that's kind of a tangent. But my biggest problem with resurrection magic is less about even like wanting the players to not just keep popping up, which for the record, 100% is partly that.
Right.
But the bigger thing to me is like, and it goes back to what I was saying earlier a little bit. A world where resurrection magic exists is impossible to world build around. Like,
Yeah.
there can't be any dead kings ever. All the kings are alive.
Oh,
They
but
just get resurrected if they die.
see,
Like, everyone who's ever been important has been resurrected. Why wouldn't they be? Everyone from history who has ever had anything important to know or say has been resurrected. Why wouldn't they be?
in my world building, Fetish is like, yeah, so stop assassinating your kings and start soul caging them. Go after their clones. Go after, like,
Well,
I
I don't mean
love
to.
that
Okay,
shit.
maybe the kings are a bad example, but like, important historical figures, like people that are like, I don't know,
I
important
get
to
it.
the lore. And you can't write a PC backstory that has anything to do with anyone dying if a
Right.
resurrection mech exists.
Right, exactly. All right.
That stuff to me is more important than like, I don't like the PCs getting back up, although I do
Absolutely.
hate the PCs getting back up.
No, I think we're all on the same page here. I want to do this least and favorite PC thing, but I don't want to do it if it is actually uncomfortable for you, Trey.
You can just say pass.
I completely understand if you don't want to play favorites with your friends.
Yeah, like that's my main thing is that I don't want to play favorites, and also I love all of your characters when I'm DMing. I only take your characters when I'm a player, and the big thing is also that the characters that I dislike, uh, their players didn't sign up for it, so
That's
like
absolutely true. Yeah, no, that's fair. Let's not.
that said, Frisk is the one who asked this question. If we want to,
Yeah, what is your least favorite Frisk character?
uh, oh, um, that's hard. As a DM, I have always loved all of Frisk's, pretty much loved all of Frisk's characters that I've DM'd for. But Frisk has been very merciful for the most part with his characters. So currently, I would have to say Stein, but that's only because he threw the split personalities on me. Like at the beginning of the session. But even then, like, I really enjoyed like world building for Stein and getting that together.
Hell yeah.
And Frisk is a wonderful person, and I would not have done any of this had he not played. Like Frisk was like the first player that I ever
Oh my god, yeah.
got to play with, and he invited Dash, and I wouldn't have met pretty much anybody if it wasn't for him. So yeah, I love all of his characters as a DM.
Absolutely.
As a player, no, Matt. I realized something about myself recently. As a player, one of the reasons that I tend to very like pull away from a lot of Frisk's characters when I'm a player is because Frisk is very active as a player, which is not a bad thing. This isn't me dunking on him for that. And it's really great as a DM because it means I can sit back. But as a player, then it's like, okay, I've seen Frisk roleplay with 3 other people so far. I don't want to, like, I'm done. I don't want to listen to his players back him, like,
right.
narratively anymore.
Yeah.
And so when he's like, hey, does Gale want to do stuff? I'm like, not particularly. He does, but not with you because we've spent 3 hours talking about Nomad already.
Yeah, and this is a very real problem in a lot of campaigns, and I also think it's one that's cyclical, where 1 or 2 players are very active, to the point that the other players kind of just sit back and let them have the show for a while, and it can be very hard to break that cycle. And I think that is one of the most important jobs of a DM, is to recognize, like, these 2 characters haven't done anything. Like, how do I take these louder players, these more active players, how do I put them on the sideline and let these quiet players, force them to the front and let them have their actions?
Yeah, I'm very, very bad about that as a DM.
It's hard.
But when, yeah, to Frisk's credit also, Frisk is also very good about like talking to other people and like trying to pull them in.
Yes.
But when he's always the one prompting, it just gets exhausting sometimes.
For sure. This.
But that's just me being a bad player and being bad at prompting my own shit. Like,
there are two pieces of advice that have come off of the past like 5 minutes, both for new players and old players alike. The first is, as a player, it is awesome to surprise your DM with your player's behavior, with your character's behavior. It is less awesome to surprise them by inventing things that the DM should have known about. Please tell your DM about your character ahead of time. Surprise them with your actions, not with truths about your character.
Right.
The second one, and this one's more fun, if you feel like you're not getting a lot done in your session, but you also don't really know what to do, like you want to be part of the narrative, or you want to be part of the roleplay, but you don't know where to start, dig into other characters. It's the fastest way to become involved without necessarily having to do a big performance, is have your character go to another player's character and dig into them. You get to be active, you get to make a connection to another character, you get to be a little hands-off because they're the one who has to do all the answering of questions. And also, one of the fastest ways to make somebody like your character is to make your character invested in their character. It's a great it's a cool trick. Make your character talk to the other characters about themselves. It's cool. Zeke went AFK for a short time, so I'm going to do my least favorite character. And I will also keep it to Frisk.
Cool.
In the interest of not doing terrible things to people that didn't sign up for it.
Fair.
Oh my god, where are we at? It's gotta be Row, right? It
gotta
has to
be
be
Row.
Row. When I was very new to D&D, one of the first campaigns that I was ever in was run by Bismarck. It was a Cursed Strahd campaign. Technically, I had played with Frisk once or twice, but I was still new, and I'm bad at names and people in general. So anyway, I get into that campaign, and there's this character named Rodenex, who is this dragonborn sorcerer who behaved like a lawful stupid paladin. And frankly, probably a little bit evil. And I've already told him this is not going to be a surprise. This was one of the most frustrating characters that I've ever played with. He was just like, he made nothing but bad decisions. He was extremely headstrong. He was trying not only to get himself killed, but frequently put the rest of the party in danger. And it was almost to the point where, like, who is this player? I don't like this. This is not fun. And there was like a very real chance that if things had gone a little differently in that campaign, I would have just like quit D&D and never been friends with all you people. And maybe that's one of the reasons that I resent Row so much, is because in a lot of alternate timelines, that's what happened, and my life is much worse because of it. Thankfully, this character died after a couple sessions, got resurrected, and then died again, and was finally gone for good. And then Frisk brings in a totally new character who's much better, and I'm like, oh shit, this is the same person? I guess he was just, and this is when I learned a fun fact about Frisk, acting. He's like, I don't know. I've played with a lot of players. Frisk gets more into character than almost anyone else. He has a tremendous commitment to the bit. He's very, very much jump into the shoes of the character and lose yourself.
Yeah, he is. That is probably one of Frisk's strongest suits, and also his weakest suit, is that he is fully committed and fully understands his characters.
Yeah. And like you said, potentially a weakness, because he is willing to fully commit to a bad concept,
right,
or to a frustrating concept. But then sometimes on the other end of the spectrum, you get Jerry and Arvi, and it's so hard to pick between those two. Obviously, my favorite is Arvi. It can't not be. But Jerry was also amazing.
Jerry's delightful. I loved Jerry so much. He was so sweet.
Yeah.
Really like Stein and Stain, but I also have some meta knowledge, so I'm excited about stuff.
I'm so excited.
Also, Philo just asked for it, so we can shit on him a little if we want.
So I've only seen like 3 or 4 Philo characters. Solange, I fucking love Solange. I don't know if I can pick a worst. It's hard for me to pick a worst Philo character. I feel like the one that I'm least attached to is probably Daru, but that doesn't make him the worst. I think it's just the one that I had the fewest personal connections to. Yeah,
I think Daru was definitely the Philo's weakest character. I am over the moon in love with Sheesh so far. Yes. It's only been 7 sessions, but God, everything about him is entire, like, visual aesthetic, the way he talks, his backstory, all of it, very, very for Sheesh.
This is purely conjecture, I do think it probably was Solange before Sheesh. But like 2 or 3 weeks ago, I started piecing a couple things together about Sheesh, and they're all just guesses. I think Sheesh will be my favorite within a couple months. I'm nearly confident that if Sheesh is what I think Sheesh is, that he's going to be my favorite final character. He just has a lot of things going for him that I really like. Zeke's not here, but also he doesn't have a lot of experience with Frisk characters, so maybe that's for the best. Because it's basically just going to be like Nomad and Nomad. Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think you have the next question for whenever he gets
Do
back.
I gotta figure out?
I'm back. Sorry about that.
Welcome back.
What did I miss?
Favorite and least favorite character.
Okay.
If you feel like it, and if you don't want to rag on people that aren't here.
Is this PC or NPC?
PC.
PC.
All right.
Bear in mind, the only people that signed up for this are Philo and Frisk, so
and me.
and Beck and me.
I was going to say, I feel like you know your bounds.
Yeah, I can't in good conscience give a least favorite character. And honestly, even if I could do it in good conscience, I don't know that I could think of one. Favorite character, I'm happy to try to answer that one, though.
Maybe you could do like a list of your favorites going all the way down, but leaving out the bottom one or so.
Right, here's my 7 favorite characters. No, it's hard to even pick favorite either, but I will say I am a huge fan of 18. I'm a huge fan of the story that grew out of the sort of like page and a half that 18 sent me when we started all this. I mean, I love him. I love him. I love Dipple. I love the whole thing. I'm so excited to do more into that.
I'm so excited. It's been a while since I've been this invested in a character.
Yeah. Yeah. If I right now had to pick my favorite character in Age of Awakening, it'd probably be 18.
Hell yeah. All right, Drake's up.
All right, I'm gonna ask a bit of a lengthy one, so we might want to speed around it. What's your favorite quality of each of your players?
Oh my god. Okay.
That's so nice.
I'm gonna write a list of all my players real quick.
My favorite. I'm just gonna do it. Here we go. My favorite quality of. I'm gonna visualize the table and go around the circle. My favorite quality of Odell is his like real serious investment in the lore of the world. It often, I feel like, as a DM, feels like you're like pissing into the wind, writing a bunch of in the weeds lore that no one cares about. But I always feel like Odell will like say some shit from my lore that I mentioned 3 months ago that I didn't know that anyone even heard. I appreciate his level of like investment in the world's lore. Malkoth. Favorite thing about Malkoth. I feel like it's like he's a brand new D&D player. It's his first ever D&D campaign, and he is like he doesn't bring seasoned like player energy to the table where he's like we talked about earlier. Somebody who's been playing 5 years and knows all the rules too well, where it's not fun.
Right.
But he like deeply cares about the game.
Yes.
Like like his backstory is a good example. He sent me before he ever knew jack shit about D&D. His backstory about how he like accidentally conjured this fire elemental and like lost concentration on the spell and it ended up killing somebody. Like he, before he ever really knew what was going on, he had he told me like went and read spells and like read that one and thought it was a cool idea and built a story off of it.
Hell yeah.
He's very like in the game. I mean, where to even start with Jack? My favorite thing about Jack is Pepper.
Hell yeah. I think that's a legit answer. I brought that to the table. You did all the work.
No, not at all. I mean, Jack, it's like he doesn't. When Jack says something, you know it matters. You know what I mean? You've got Lush on the other side of the table who talks like 50% of all the words that happen at the table.
Right.
And much of it is just, silliness. But Jack, there's gravity when Jack talks. He brings, and like we talked about earlier, he brings like a level a levelness to the table, a sensibility to the table that it very desperately needs at
Right.
times.
Right.
And that's, I think, you also like, Feck, as a player, I feel like you're very good at reading the tone of the table and sort of getting it back on the rails when it needs to be. And also having you personally at the table is a delight because I have like an assistant DM.
Right.
I can just like ask what a rule is and you just tell me. That's great. Gragnok, truly and sincerely, I think that he is maybe the like most committed to playing his character.
Right.
Like, you know what I mean? All of his decisions fully, no matter what their repercussions are, he's doing them because they are what Gragnok would do. And there's like the whole like it's what my character would do thing is maybe problematic at times, and maybe that's even also sometimes true with Gragnok as sort of a new player. But like I can like tell you out of character that like during work during the week he will spend like hours
Oh
talking to
yeah.
me about like Gragnok's motivations and why Gragnok is doing the things he's doing and his
Absolutely.
plans and all this stuff. Like the dude is in his character.
Yeah, it's so, and this is something that I think I've mentioned it once or twice. At first glance, it's so easy to mistake him as like detached and kind of like that's what my character would do guy. But then you see that they're like he is clearly putting thought and work into this that he genuinely just does not show to the other players, but he kind
Right.
of hints at it, and it's actually very fascinating to see.
For sure. I think I was a little worried when we started Age of Awakening because we were bringing two people that, you know, have no zero chemistry with the table, had never played with them before, had never even played D&D before, and I truly didn't know what to expect. And, you know, it's been fantastic. I feel like they've gelled really well and brought a good energy to the table. But I think at the start of it, Gragnok / Curtis, people were worried that he was like, you know, edgelord, broody loner, wasn't going to cooperate with the party, was kind of a dick to play with. But I think his character has evolved such that it's come more clearly that it's like actual character growth. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right.
There was that one moment I remember really clearly when it was fairly early in the campaign and people still kind of like didn't get along great with Gragnok, and were sort of asking him about why he doesn't care about anybody, why he doesn't care about the rest of the party. And his response was like, he's lost everyone he has ever loved. Why would he emotionally invest in people?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like, oh, this guy's not just like being a dick. This guy has thought through this stuff,
For
you know?
sure, for sure. He is one of those players that I am dying to see play another character. I need to see how this translates to another character.
Yeah, he told me that his next plan is to play like the polar opposite of Ragnarok. He wants to play an artificer who's really smart and like is like really inquisitive and wants to see the whole world.
I can't wait.
Yeah. Let's see who's next to him. I'm trying to like physically go around the table here. Lush. I mean, Kingdom is a delight to play with. Kingdom sends me, I don't know. I've not spent more time talking about the lore of the world and like backstory with anyone than him, and it's not even remotely close. I mean, he has put dozens and dozens and dozens of hours into thinking about Lucia's backstory and like stuff that like won't and can't ever come up. He just like fills in because he's so passionate about his character.
Right, right, right.
Frog.
It's Mario.
The dude unabashedly came to me and said, like, I'm making a Mario character. You know what I mean? That's its
Right,
own
exactly,
reward.
yeah.
What else can you say? It's great. He's handed me the keys to a car that is tremendously fun to drive.
The keys to the Mushroom Kingdom, you might
He's
say.
handed me the keys to the Mushroom Kingdom.
The Mario Kart.
18. Again, just like the gift of 18's story. What I loved about 18's backstory when he sent it to me, it's like a page and a half long or so, and it's got like 6 or 7 little nuggets in there for me to use, and it was so easy to sort of build and expand on it. Liam, I think in one of the Liam O'Brien, Critical Role, in one of the what did it used to be called, Talks Machina episodes, once used the analogy of like, you write your backstory and you give it to your DM, and it's like winding up a little toy car, and then you hand it to him and you just like see where it's gonna go.
Right, right.
And 18's had so much of that in his backstory. It was his whole backstory was just like a little toy car, and he just handed it to me with like trust that I was not going to, I don't know if he trusted me one bit, but
Twinkle in my eye.
a twinkle in his eye, and just handed me a toy card, gave me like full latitude to fill in all this stuff, and I love it so much. I think I hit everybody. Sochi, he brings the D100 to the table. He brings the chaos. He brought me patches. He brought me Tamrius.
Much needed chaos.
Yeah, he brings. It's like once per session, he like speaks up and says something, but it's always fucking hilarious and always brings that energy to the table that we need.
All right. Am I up next or is Trade up next?
You're up.
Answer this. Okay. All right, we're gonna speed around this shit because I've got a fuck ton of players.
Yeah, sorry, that was supposed to be a speedy question, and I spent forever on it.
It's okay. I'm probably gonna do the same thing. Sochi's absolutely the same thing. It's like this penchant for whimsy that I think is at the heart and soul of D&D. Like, the bag of beans was made for him. Every D100 table was made for him, and he is the most willing to roll those dice when a lot of... Like, I've never played a character that would willingly roll on a lot of D100 tables, and he is always willing to roll on a D100 table, and I think that's important. That's, like, very good for the game. Kingdom has a tremendous investment in, like, lore and world building, and also other characters. We talked earlier about, like, being in the spotlight for a long time, but he's also very good at, he digs into other characters. He's very good at digging into other characters.
For sure.
He has the best qualities of nosiness, I think is the best way to put it, where, like, he is almost as excited to learn about your character as you are. And that is a very useful tool to have when you don't have another way to, like, fish information out of your character. Philo understands my love of, like, encounter design, and that sometimes you just want to feel cool in a fight. I get that, and that resonates a ton with me. Every time that I have, like, a cool encounter with, like, oh, this guy could die in a fun way, I'm confident that it's going to be Philo that takes advantage of it and finds a way to kill them in a fun way. But then also, he, like, dives in completely and makes these big emotional ties to NPCs, which is easy to exploit, and I appreciate that. It's always just so delightful when they get attached.
Exploitable attachments to NPCs are just the greatest gift from a player to a DM.
Sure,
players, if you want your DM to love you, give him exploitable attachments to your NPCs.
Hell yeah.
Give him like 6 people that your character cares about in your backstory.
Drake has a ton of that too, but then Drake, where he differs is that Drake will always push the red button. If you put a red button in front of Drake, he will push it, hands down.
Unless it's a portal.
Unless it's a portal. Even then, sometimes. I'll bet we could trick you sometimes. The big deal with Zeke is that he will engage with the world, but more importantly, he engages with other characters, and he nurtures connections between other characters, which is incredibly important. I think that there have been a lot of relationships with Gale and Moat and Nomad especially that were almost entirely seeded and watered and gardened by Nordo. And that is so valuable to have. Frisk does a lot of that too. He's also good, like, Frisk, he's just like fully invested in the right, like he's actually a character in the world, and that's fun to see. Everybody's playing a character in the world. With Frisk, you actually get to see what a character in your world would look like, because he just jumps in full, like, completely. And he's also really good at keeping things moving. Like, if everybody's being shy and quiet, he's the one that steps up and starts making a new scene happen. Eli honestly hits, like, a lot of these buttons. He's got a lot of these qualities all at once. He's willing to push red buttons sometimes. He likes a good whimsy table. He likes a D100. He has a bit of that thing going on where when he does say something, it's incredibly important. It's got a lot of gravity to it. But that doesn't always necessarily mean that he's playing the level-headed one. Like, he's just as willing to make a dire, stupid decision as he is to do something dire and meaningful.
I feel like I've never seen a player quite as much as Eli as Moat. I've seen him play a lot of characters, but Eli as Moat, like, that dude, I believe so deeply in my heart that he believes everything that he's saying.
Oh yeah, for sure.
He could actually sell me on his insane ideas because of how sincerely he believes in them.
Yeah, and on the topic of, go ahead.
It's been such a delight seeing Eli go from Moat, who I was like the only time I'd seen Eli play any character, and then jumping into Odell, who's like
Right.
polar opposite.
Oh yeah.
Absolutely.
On the topic of insane ideas, Neo brings the crazy shit to the table.
For sure.
He's so willing to like have fun ideas and commit to them fully. With Frog, with Simmons, like every idea that he has is like, are you sure you're going to commit to this for 3 years? And then he does, and it like pulls it off great.
Yeah, it's like, you want to fuse your cat with what?
Yeah, exactly.
Mushroom? Okay. Guess we'll go with that.
Yeah. And then these two have never actually played for me, but I've played with them. Biscuit is like incredibly clever. He's incredibly smart. He pushes a lot of my like, oh my god, this has world building implications, and like that must mean that this is true, and I love that shit. He gets me on encounter design. He gets me on world building. But then also Dark Horse, he comes along with fucking Iskar and builds these ridiculous, like unexpected emotional attachments, which is really fun. That scene at the river is still the most heartbreaking thing that I think I've ever experienced. And I'll never forgive him for it. And then Dash is... fucking Javeth was a legend. Dash has the thing going on where he doesn't say much, but every time he does, it's like astonishing. He's incredibly clever. And, you know, he lets it steep and he lets it brew for a while, and then when he finally, like, says the thing that he's been brewing on, it blows my mind every single time. And I think that's everyone that I've DM'd for or played with in any of the, like, big Anthrology games, anyway.
Alright. Mine's gonna be pretty easy because mine kind of is a lot of repetition. Philo is always a delight. Ever since like the first time I met Philo, he's always managed to make me laugh and feel very comfortable. All his characters have, anytime he breaks out any kind of like crazy voice or something, it's always a delight. But it doesn't ever like detract from any potential like emotional moment.
Yeah.
He can pull off the goof. Yeah, like he can be playing fucking Solange and still make me feel some emotional investment in this character.
His voices are just the best too. Philo does the best voices.
Yeah, his voice acting is incredible. Same thing as Zeke. I know we talked about rules lawyering previously, but it's genuinely so comforting having you at the table, knowing that I can just be like, what's this rule? And not needing to spend 5 minutes looking it up in the DMG. Like, yeah, it's such a huge weight off my shoulders. Especially when you even know my homebrew more than I do.
It's like the best version of I feel like rules lawyers get like a bad rap as people that are like argumentative with the DM and tell them when they're ruling something wrong. Feck is like the exact kind of rules lawyer you want, where like he's just ultra helpful as the DM, and like I know for sure that have been times that I've done shit that is not by the rules, and Feck doesn't like call me out.
Oh yeah.
He only if I call on him, he'll correct me. But yeah,
that is
just a delight.
That was a hard-learned lesson, and that I got from Tracy One is it's very good to know the rules. It's also very good to sit there and say nothing until prompted.
Right.
Frisk. Frisk is a wonderful role player. He's a great person. I think his best quality is that I find Frisk so deeply approachable.
Yes.
If I ever feel like uncomfortable or if there's ever like a problem, he's always so receptive and so like comforting. It's great. Frisk is a wonderful person. I love playing with him. Even for all the shit that I give him for choices, he's seriously one of the best players to have at a table. And he's also just like really good at, like we said, he's really good at prompting people and pulling other people in. It's real nice. He's also, fun fact, the first game that I ran was Frisk was in it, and it was just kind of going to be like a one shot that I was going to be like, we'll play like every kind of whenever you guys want. We'll just play every couple of weeks or whatever, or 3 weeks, a month, just whenever people are free. And he's like, can we play next week and the week after? And I was also like, okay. And that's how my first campaign started. Was
Hell yeah.
He was like demanded that we play every week, and I was like, sure. Dash, same thing that Feck said. Dash is such a wonderful player to have at the table.
For real.
He's so chill, super relaxed, doesn't demand anything. And anytime Dash pulls in anything, it is either hilarious or is extremely clever and clutch.
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah. The amount of times that he has caught me off guard with a really just like a random lore drop that he remembered from 20 sessions ago that I like dropped kind of like
Oh yeah,
offhandedly, and is just like, hey, isn't this relevant? I'm like,
the
yeah,
White
it kind of
Tower in
is.
Terraslin when we saw it in that dream that one time. Fucking crazy.
Yeah. Or anytime, or it's like a really clutch, divination spell or something. Javith had a couple of those. So yeah, Dash is great for that.
Else, you know what I mean? Like, if I have to build a world from the ground up, I generally don't do all that great. But if I can, I mean, with Age of Awakening, it took a lot of inspiration from my Critical Role with the Divine Gate and that sort of thing,
Yeah.
the Age of Arcana and all that. So something like, Neo handing me Mario or handing you Alice in Wonderland, it's like, great, I can take somebody else's work and sort of riff on it, do my thing with it. It makes it so much easier.
Yeah. To throw in like a little fun fact for Wake of the Fallen Moon, a lot of the I already had the idea and concept for witches being these like people who had been like cursed with magical hats was already like a thing that I had been kind of brewing. And then he was like, I want to do Alice in Wonderland. And I was like, Mad Hatter, let's go.
Hell yeah.
Amazing.
That fits perfectly. You could not have given me a better gift.
Beautiful.
Yeah. Obviously, I'm very similar to Neo in that regard with like Gale and 18 and stuff. So I love having like a little bit of a subtle reference or a nod to my characters in some way.
Wait, what is 18 a reference to?
Frankenstein.
Oh, right, Dipple. Right.
Yeah. Dipple is who Dr. Frankenstein was supposedly based on, and then 18 is named 18 because Frankenstein was published in 1818.
Oh, I didn't know that. Second tidbit. I knew the first one. Little did you know. Like, I could ask you this. Age of Awakening is still going on, but you had to know that if you're going to name your character a number, it's sort of implied the existence of a whole bunch of other numbers.
Oh, yeah.
I love it so much.
It's so good. Also, we did briefly disconnect, but Drake talked about Biscuit, and yeah, we didn't ignore you, I promise, even if it's not in the recording.
You. What he said is that Biscuit has no redeeming qualities. Absolute disaster to be around, talk to, or relate with in any way.
Yep. Same with Neo.
Got him.
Fucking got him.
Short version, Biscuit really invests in NPCs, and it's great, and I should have taken better advantage of that in IDT, and I intend to in this campaign.
Hell yeah.
Neo gave me the gift of Alice in Wonderland because he understands my soul and making characters that are subtle references and nods to other things.
Yeah.
For sure.
But yeah, all my players are great. They're wonderful. Everybody here is wonderful.
Fuck yes. All tremendous. I think that brings it back up to Zeke.
Yeah.
I believe it does. Philo has asked us, what's your favorite real literature inspiration that a character built themselves around?
This implies that I read real literature, which is a stretch.
Well, let's stretch literature then. Real fiction. Movies, shows, games,
Sure,
whatever.
sure.
Media in general.
That's fair.
Media. Real media inspiration. My most obvious one is obviously very easy. It's the frog being based on Mario. It's been, for all the reasons I've already discussed tonight, such a delight. I think there's been some other ones, though, too, that have come up. Because even Zircon, Neo's character in my first campaign, was... I don't think he was really a reference, but his mom was Cinderella and his other mom was Snow White. So, like, it's been there since the beginning.
Hell yeah.
And then I was 18. The Frankenstein thing was fun to play with.
I don't have a super good answer to this question because I don't. I'm gonna twist it into a version that's relevant for me. Most of my characters start as songs that represent moments that I want to build to for that character. So I'll listen to a song and I'm like, oh wow, I envision a scene here, and that scene has characters. I'm gonna pick one of the characters and work backwards, and that becomes my character. That's how Mustard was. That's how Jack was. That's how Jupe was. Mercury, Cricket even. Fekru was a little different in that he existed on his own first, but then I stumbled across a whole bunch of music that was fitting for him, and it was just very natural. There wasn't even a whole lot of like rewriting or adjustment that needed to be done. It just kind of filled out the gaps, and I really, really liked that process of kind of discovering this whole family tree album and finding ways that it filled in gaps that were very conveniently aligned with what Drake had already done with his backstory.
You're just like JoJo.
Kind of. I don't know. I've never watched JoJo, but I know they base a lot of their shit on songs.
Well, at least name them after songs.
That's fair. Yeah.
What song is Jack based on?
Jack. Ugh, I feel like I think it's reasonable at this point to say it. Jack is loosely based on Saturn by Sleeping at Last. Which, by the way, tremendous song. Heartbreaking song.
I thought he was just named after cheese, and that was kind of all you went with.
He is one of the very few characters that I've made that is not based on a song title or food.
Yeah, I kind of thought that, like, that was just your thing in Zeke campaigns. You were just going for food themes consistently.
Just food themes.
Boy,
Yeah, my favorite literature theme for characters in my campaigns is cheese.
Cheese. Mustard. Real talk. Mustard's name is Mustard because as we were kind of gearing up for Campaign 3 and we were like, oh, what do I want to play for Campaign 3? I wasn't even thinking about D&D at the time. I was just like, making breakfast or some shit. I open the refrigerator and I see a bottle of mustard. I'm like, man, I fucking love Mustard. And then I'm like, oh, wow, that'd be a fun character name. And then I named a character Mustard. And that's the entire thought process between Mustard's name being Mustard.
So good.
Yeah, I don't know if I have any hard ones. I really love taking existing stories and media and like putting weird, like my own spin on them.
For
Anybody
sure.
who has started watching Wake of the Fallen Moon has probably picked up on a few, like Camelot. So yeah, I just love kind of twisting existing media. So all of them, I guess.
Yes, I'm the same way. Like I said before, like building from the ground up does not work well for me, but going off of just like a loose idea. And I can usually like take it and make it my own with some work. Like, I don't think anything about Age of Awakening would immediately scream to anyone like, whoa, this is based on Critical Role, other than just the use of the word the Divine Gate. But I very much was based in that idea. It became pretty like central to how the campaign worked out.
Oh my god, what the fuck is the song name? I'm trying to think of like each of my characters' like core identity songs, and there's one that I can't think of, and I'm trying to find it. Oh, right. Keep going. I'm almost done with the list. Or are we waiting on me?
Either waiting on you or jump into the next question.
Damn it! Okay, I'll just do what I got. So Jack is Saturn by sleeping at last. Mercury is Mercury, and Jupiter is Jupiter, both also by sleeping at last. Cricket was Nightclothes by Radical Face. Jack was Aftermath by Radical Face. And then Fekri was originally Big Sky by Two Steps from Hell. But then eventually shifted towards Little Hell by Radical Face. And I think that covers a lot of them. Yeah. Alright. Am I up? Am I the next question? Shit.
I just asked, so yes.
Alright. Excellent. Let's do a fun one. Let's do a mechanical one. What's your favorite and least favorite like class or subclass? And why?
That's an easy one.
Right?
My favorite class is Artificer. I think
Wild
that
choice.
I think that Artificer hits that like really nice mid-range character that I like, where they have a lot of versatility. They're getting a little bit of everything, but they do it in a way that I feel like druids don't, where they aren't overshadowing anybody, but they're still competent in all of their things, and they still have a really interesting like core that is like unique to them.
Sure.
Like they have a lot of flavor to a lot of their stuff.
It is so wild to me that you think druids do this, not bards, but please carry on before I rant.
But yeah, obviously least favorite class, druid. Favorite subclass though is actually probably going to be Drake Warden.
Ooh.
Which is why I'm so glad that Dash is playing one, because with you not kind of jumping to Pathfinder, I'm not going to get to play one.
Right.
So it's so nice to at least get to play one vicariously
Absolutely.
through Dash.
That's how I feel about all of Pathfinder.
So yeah, those are mine.
I think my favorite class is Cleric. They just will always have a soft spot in my heart from my first character, and also I just love them. I love Prepared Caster. I love the like versatility of a cleric that can do a little bit of everything. The subclasses all like make a huge difference in how their class works. Big fan of Cleric as a class. Least favorite class? It depends on whether we're talking as a DM or as a player. I share Drake's passionate hatred for druids as a DM, or mostly just for the wild shape feature. Subclass, my favorite subclass. There's a couple. I really like time fuckery magic, so I really like the Chronergist Wizard. Again, looking forward to trying out like something adjacent to that when we do PF2. And I, as on the DM end, kind of just specifically because of one particular NPC who I really love. And also just in general, I really like the Phantom Rogue.
Yes.
It's a cool class, not because it's all that good. I mean, it is really good, but not necessarily because of its mechanics. It's just like a cool vibe.
It is, yeah.
I love the idea of like a, rogue that like collects trinkets from the people he kills. I can
That guy.
slight glimpse behind the curtain. The whole like Averil Orion, the Ghost Collector, all that started as the like class subclass before it became the character.
Yeah.
I usually come up with the character concept first and then figure out what's like vaguely what class it fits into. The Ghost Collector started as a Phantom Rogue. I was like, this class is fucking dope. I'm going to build an NPC around this.
was doing a lot of research into the Phantom Rogue like a couple weeks before we met the Ghost Collector, because Jupiter had the potential to be a Phantom Rogue for a long time. And when it was revealed what he was, like, so many things instantly clicked, and I'm so mad at this character. I already hate this. I hate this character so much now.
I love him. I love him because I hate him, you know?
Yep.
He's the best.
Least favorite class, Barbarian. It does nothing interesting.
Hey.
Hot take.
Yeah. Sorry. It's a boring class.
Spicy.
It's mechanically fine. It has
I
numbers.
thought we did spicy takes already.
No.
It's fine if you take a few levels of it and then also take a lot of monk levels. Because I will tell you, it is profoundly satisfying to make like 6 reckless attacks in one turn.
I just... Or you could just attack a prone target. Like, I
don't always have a prone target just to
always,
attack.
No, you always can.
No, you do not.
My issue with Barbarian is 5e is already baby's first TRPG. It's the simplest system that's ever existed. And Barbarian is the simplest class in that system. It's just, there's nothing going on. It has no interesting features. It has no real cool mechanics. It's just walk up, swing, hit, done. And I cannot stand it.
It really is your antithesis.
It is. It's everything that I don't want. Which makes my favorite archetype kind of contradictory. I think the Ancestral Guardian Barbarian is one of the best things that they've ever done for this game, because they took the worst class and they actually made it one of the only interesting tanks in the game. They gave it cool bonus actions, they gave it a positioning mechanic, they gave it a cool reaction. There are meaningful decisions that you have to make every single turn. And they turned it from the most boring class into one of the only interesting tanks in the entire game. And I think that is fascinating. I wish that they would put that same amount of like revision and care and expansion into every aspect of every class of this game. Least favorite class overall. This is going to be like a meta take, because I love playing bards. I just don't like their existence. I think they're too good at too many things and they're too strong and they break the game. I love bards. I think they're wonderful. I love the flavor of them. But they're just so good that it breaks the game, and I don't like it. And then, boy, I don't even know for least favorite archetype. Land Druid, I guess. Which is weird, because that's what... So Stars Druid didn't exist when I first played Factory, so I played Land Druid. And, like, whatever. It's something, I guess. It might as well have not existed. The only thing Land Druid did for me is give me Misty Step. It brought no flavor. It brought no interesting choices. It brought no mechanics. It just got me Misty Step, and that's it. I wish to God that Stars Druid had existed back then. Stars Druid also keeps me from using Wild Shape all the time, which I'm sure Drake likes.
I do. I also figured out why I am okay with... Or I think I know how to explain why I'm okay with Bard and Artificer over Druid.
Okay. Hit me.
It's because both Artificer and Bard have active mechanics that encourage, and not just encourage, but force cooperative play. Bardic Inspiration and Flash of Genius both require them to, or both encourage you to be working with your party, and Druid has no such features. They can do everything on their own. They don't need anybody else, and it's very, like... it's uncooperative. Like it's just like we exist on our own. Whereas almost every other class has a lot of features that allow them to kind of work with the party and do other things.
Except you can flash yourself, and if you're a lore bard, you can bardic yourself. Like, I don't know. If a bard wants to be the best at anything, they are. And I don't like that. I don't like that the bard can out-wizard a wizard, they can out-rogue a rogue. There's a little investment required, I guess, but, like, a druid is never going to be a better rogue than a rogue. They're never going to be a better wizard than a wizard.
They're always going to be a better rogue than a rogue, because they can turn into a spider and bypass everything.
Well, okay, fair, but now we're just getting into the martial versus mage thing, but you're not wrong. You're not wrong. They're still not going to be a better rogue than the bard. Like, the bard is a better rogue than the druid. Anyway. We did it. That was me.
We did it.
It is 11. Do we want to keep going? We want to wrap up? One more round?
Yeah,
What are we thinking?
we got some more.
Yeah, Sam.
Sick.
I'm good to go.
Yeah, I'm still good too. I want to check because I didn't know if this was going to be like a full 5-hour thing or if we. Let's do it.
I could talk D&D all night if you guys are down.
Fuck
Yeah,
let's do
there's
it.
at least a couple more questions that I do want to touch on.
Absolutely. I still have not heard your rant about IDT, and I've been looking forward to that one.
That's true.
And I think I know the question that'll fish that out. But for now, it's Zeke's turn.
Oh shit. I was typing in the Twitch chat and not paying attention. Alright. Here's just kind of a general DMing question that I think is worth interrogating, and I'm kind of curious about you guys' question or answers anyway. How do you get the most out of your prep work? Do you know to prioritize before a session in order to get the most out of it while not investing way too much time in some NPCs the players might never see, etc.?
Love this one.
Ooh.
Boy, this is a multi-stager, right? Like, this is something that you could write articles and articles on forever.
Yeah.
Some of the general tips that I like to get into is the first one and the most important one is know what your players can do and guess what they're going to do. And I know that is that's such a cop-out answer because there's no like hard advice there. But the better you understand your players, the better you can prep, because you can start to learn like, oh, when they see this, they're going to teleport. There's no way that they don't teleport, which means if I present anything in here that's going to get skipped over, I'm wasting my time. Or like, oh, this is a red button, and I know Drake's going to push this red button, which means I need to prepare for that. All of this is kind of contradictory, though, because the heart and soul of D&D is that you never know what's going to happen, and therefore you can't prep properly every time. So I think a big part of it is just prepping in ways that are flexible, prepping things that can be dropped in at multiple places. When I prep, rather than prepping, like, scenarios, I prep the people that are currently most active, what they're doing, and what their goals are. Like, when we started up Storm Cellar, the first things that I wrote out are, here are the 5 key NPCs that are in the city, here's what they want out of this scenario, and here's what they're doing to achieve it. And I have no idea, like, I didn't plan here's what happens when Gale meets Dr. Worley. All I planned is, Dr. Worley's over here doing this. Maybe the party will find him, maybe they won't. And I think that saves a lot of heartache, because you don't overcommit to something that the players might never see. Also, it goes without saying, build your content in a way that you can reuse it later. It's so great when you just reskin an old encounter that never got used.
Boy. I still don't know how to
Amen.
prep very well.
Amen for me, not you. Sorry, that sounds like I was... I agree.
Man, this guy's a fucking idiot.
This guy's just such a fuck up all the time.
Glad I've got figured it out.
Yeah. I literally spent like several hundred hours prepping some stuff. And then the time came, it came up, and it completely missed the mark. And we did nothing with it.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. It happens. It sucks. My advice would be, don't commit that hard to your prep.
Yes.
It is better to be good at improv than prep. But also, the best advice I've ever heard anybody give on this topic is learn your own comfort zone. Some people are going to not feel comfortable if they don't prep a lot.
Yeah.
And what that prep looks like is going to be different for every person, because for some people, they're going to be able to improv certain elements much more easily, whereas other people are going to want to have a firmer structure. And that's just kind of something that you're going to have to kind of like learn for yourself. There are tons and tons of videos that discuss this in much better depth. But yeah, it is a very like individual thing, because what is being prepped is going to be different for each person and each campaign and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
which is also a very cop-out answer, and I'm sorry.
No,
but...
it's the right answer though, and you touched on something that I agree with tremendously, which is that it is much better to be good at improv than it is to be prep. It's better to be underprepared than to be overprepared and it goes to waste.
See, I'm going to go ahead and go literally the exact flip side of that.
Okay.
I'm a person as a DM that I don't consider myself a very good improver. I think in every D&D campaign, some of the most brilliant moments come from improv, and it's not. One important thing to note here is that it's you're just narrating. The players are the ones improving for the most part. You just narrate.
True.
But that said, I am a big prepper. I feel most comfortable when I have a bunch of notes sitting in front of me. I have the good fortune of working a job where I get to spend a lot of time at work doing prep, so I spend hours and hours and hours of every week prepping for D&D. And you can't get married to your prep is the big thing.
Right.
That was a big thing I had in campaign 1 is I've got notes down and you want to gravitate towards the things that you have written down. But if you can escape that and be willing to sort of roll with wherever your people are going, I am most comfortable when I, in the time leading up to a session, think through what are some of the possible ways that this could go, and sort of plot out my notes for a bunch of different things that, by definition, are mutually exclusive. Be prepared for the fact that when you're prepping, you're either going to be doing a lot of improving, or you just need to know that half your shit is going in the trash after the session.
Right.
And I am someone who would rather be a number 2 than number 1. I would rather have a bunch of prep that I'm never going to use than to have to improv a bunch of stuff.
God, no. Every time I throw away prep, I die a little inside. Some of the best D&D that I've ever played were sessions that I was completely unprepared for. And I think that once you get comfortable with the idea that you can show up to the table with no material and still have a good time, it's this nirvana as a DM to understand that there are some things that need to be prepped. Having a map, cool to prep. It's nice to prep a map ahead of time. Having a dungeon ahead of time, if you know that the players are going into a dungeon, sure, prep it ahead of time. It's good. It makes the world feel more real, and it makes you behave as a DM more fairly and objectively when there is an objective truth already established. But D&D is set up in such a way that you can just show up to the table and run a game. That is possible. The game works like that, and you can make it work like that. The only thing you ever have to know is what characters are prominent in the world and what are they doing right now.
I will say, I will always, if I know that they're going into a dungeon, quote unquote, I'll always prep that. Will make sure that I have an extensive map, figure out any puzzles that exist, traps, that sort of thing, and I will usually do that. I try and do that a week or two in advance, but
for sure.
Sometimes I wait until 30 minutes and then I cry.
And I think that's fair. I think dungeons are the right time to over prep.
Yeah, definitely. Big open worlds areas, I tend to lean towards Vex model of just make sure you know what NPCs are around and that sort of thing. One thing that I've actually adopted from watching Zeke DM is that instead of just knowing NPCs and kind of what they're doing, I'm trying to be better about prepping breadcrumbs.
Yeah.
So basically, any of the character backstories, I'll try and sprinkle in a little a nod to any players that haven't gotten to do much lately, and it's not always going to be a huge thing. Last session, we had a NPC show up who was related to one of the characters, and didn't even show up in front of that character. It showed up in front of another one of the players, but it was just a little nod to say, hey, your story is still happening, it's relevant, and we're going to be getting to it. Because it's just nice to kind of remind people that they're still here, and there's a reason that their character is around.
Absolutely.
Yes, I'm we differ on this. If you guys are, say, in a city and I know that you are like probably midway through next session, probably going to be leaving that city, but I don't totally know where you're going to go yet. I like prep every possible direction. I will write down what's going to happen for 4 days in every direction.
Boy.
Like it's like it's a comfort blanket for me. Like
That's fair.
I
And for
gotta
the
know
record,
what's.
we feel it. Like I can tell that you. I think you and Biscuit are the two most prepared DMs that I play with.
Yeah. It always shows. Like, I'm constantly impressed by every session that we play, by how like thorough everything feels, like prepped, and all the NPCs are ready, and every map for every fucking location has already been grabbed and
Yeah.
uploaded. And
I can
Well, I was
just
gonna say
for every NPC.
it's far easier when I don't do any of my own art. That definitely helps.
yeah. I can definitely, I don't know, in the back of my mind, I feel, oh my god, he must have so much more prepped that we're never going to see, and that would kill me as a DM.
No, but like as
couldn't do that.
Lance pointed out in the Twitch chat, like it's gonna get recycled. Like 90% of the time, it'll get used sometime later. I'll upscale the monsters a little bit, or whatever.
For sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, there's definitely been plenty of times where I have just taken notes that took me hours to write and thrown them directly in the trash because it just didn't come up.
Yeah.
But I would rather have them than not have them. Do you guys ever write like? You ever write out dialogue for your NPCs?
Sometimes.
I for sure do. You guys probably noticed that I do. I like look down to read sometimes.
It's rare, but I do it when I know that I'm going to have a captive audience for a lore dump. I did it when you guys talked to the Deep Mother. I've done it once or twice for like the Ozymandias streams.
Yeah. I didn't for most of my campaigns, but as I've started campaign 3, again, largely because of playing in Age of Awakening and also watching Brennan on Dimension 20, I've started taking some time, and like if I know that there's going to be some key lore moments, I'll take some time and like write things out. So I did that for Nara's Fortune and stuff like that.
Yeah.
See, and this takes me to my over prepping. I will write out like individual innocuous like sentences. Like if you guys are about to, for example, Lane, I'll use that as an example. When I knew Malkoth was going to be sitting in that cell with Lane for a little bit and probably talking to him, I for sure had like written down, a few different sentences or like bits of dialogue that he would probably spit out during that time. Not just like the big lore dump about how he got there, but like little innocuous stuff. I feel like again, it comes down to I don't feel like I'm the greatest improver, so I need to have like talking points in front of me to read off of, and I can kind of bounce off of them in real time, but I gotta have talking points in front of me.
I dig it. I think that does that bring it back to me now?
I believe so.
I think so.
All right. Okay, let's get this one done, because this one I think we've been waiting for. What is the most regretful decision you've made as a DM? Or I'll open that up to either a DM or a player. Like, what is your biggest D&D regret? What's a thing you fucked up?
Okay.
Oh, jeez.
Mine's kind of long. Should I go first or last?
Go for it. If you already have yours, then go for it, because I got to
I'm trying to think of mine, too.
Okay. So I'm going to preface this by saying that I'm not being self-deprecating or shitting on myself when I say this, and I know that there are a lot of people that really enjoyed watching and playing in Iron Dragon Trail, and I'm very grateful. But if you have seen me in the video games Discord or have heard me rant about Breath of the Wild, you know that I'm pretty critical of other things, and I try to also be critical of myself.
Yeah.
So I'm saying this because I want to like learn and be better.
Right.
So yeah. But basically all of IDT was my biggest regret because I went into it with a very shitty mentality, I think. And that mentality got progressively worse, and there are some very embarrassing moments of frustration on my part throughout that campaign that are on the internet forever now. And that's great.
They can probably come down at some point, but
who knows?
Streisand.
But yeah, essentially, because I'm super influenced by the media that I'm consuming and the games that I'm in and that sort of thing, I had been playing in Vex game, Land of Fire, and I'd done Curse of Strahd, and so going into IDT, I wanted to do something that had kind of like an overarching villain because I found those campaigns really fun and engaging. And in doing so, I was like going through my encyclopedia of media references and things that I could take inspiration from, and obviously, Metal Alchemist ended up being a big one. And I knew that I wanted to have something based on kind of like Gold Rush era. Uh, and in doing so, I created this like little desert town that was, spoilers, being possessed by this evil entity that was about to be woken up. Uh, but what that meant is that I spent a bunch of time working on these villains and kind of figuring out encounters and figuring out their motivations. And the more and more I kind of prepped those things, the more attached and precious I got with them.
Right.
And so when things didn't go the way I wanted, it got progressively more and more frustrating, which is not a good mentality to have as a DM.
Right.
It was real bad. And it wasn't until like fairly late in the campaign that I started to get my shit together and kind of figure it out. And then when I did, I started prepping a big whole meta plot line, kind of talking about that. And then instead of engaging with that, we spent 30 minutes of all of my friends trying to make sure that I wasn't having a crisis. And we skipped all of my prep.
There was a discussion that we had at one point where we were talking about like villains and especially sympathetic villains, and how there were a lot of villains in IDT that were extremely sympathetic because they were only evil because things had been done to them, and how there was kind of a need for a catharsis of going to whoever hurt them and making sure that that was stopped. Like there has to be a point eventually where you actually defeat the evil.
Right.
And I think that was, I mean, it all eventually clicked, but this I think is something that did come up at some point in the discussion around that time, where it's so important that if you have a sympathetic villain, you still need, you need something to squash. When you play with a laser pointer with a cat and then you suddenly just turn the laser pointer off, it leaves them with this like listless, like, oh god, where is it? Like, where's the thing I've been chasing for hours and hours? Like, where did they go? I didn't catch anything. What happened?
Right.
And I think that it's easy to fall into that same thing if your villains are all sympathetic and you don't let the players find the real evil and squash it.
Right. The other thing that I did really badly was just presenting these villains as sympathetic, because for you guys, they were just like evil people doing evil shit. But
yeah.
For me, I was like, I knew all of their backstory, but I didn't do a good enough job presenting it.
Right.
And
the few times...
And so, yeah, like... it was a weird campaign for me to go into from that perspective, just because I started to get into this like weird headspace where I was essentially just trying to write a book, and I didn't really think of it that way at the time, but like in hindsight it was like just not trying to create a story with friends. I was just trying to get you guys to play in my little puppet show.
For sure. And for what it's worth, I know we've mentioned this 100 times. We all had a fucking blast in that campaign. Like, every DM is going to scrutinize their own work, but we had a lot of fun.
I'm glad.
Nah, I get it. I think my regret is also my second campaign. I think the second campaign is like a big learning one where you think you've got it all together, and then you get through the campaign and realize, oh no, I fucked up something big. I've learned a lot in Crosswinds about, like, it's run much longer than it should. The pacing was drawn out too long. I needed to introduce villains quicker. I don't know. There's just I'm very happy with Crosswinds, and I can feel that it was fun, and it is fun, and I think that people are still having fun with it. The pacing is just too long. I really wish that I had sped things up, especially at the start. I think my bigger regret though is the phase I had early in C1 and your C1, where I tried to make sense of 5e from a legal, like, codified standpoint. There was a period where when I was still new to the system, I was still trying to figure it out. I was trying to make sense of it. I was trying to codify it, because that's what I do. I try to learn systems and like commit them to memory.
Right.
And there was a point of nirvana that I had. I think somewhere halfway through C2 is when it finally just like settled in the concrete set, where I realized 5e just doesn't work like that. It is a system built on. I like to be pejorative and say whimsy and nonsense, but what it actually is a loose understanding of the DM's common sense and an interpretation of intent. And that really is the most that you can attempt to codify 5e. And once you kind of realize that, you hit this zen state, and it makes 5e tolerable until you switch to Pathfinder 2 instead. What I'm getting at is, don't try to rules lawyer 5e because it doesn't work. It's not a system that can be lawyered.
I have never done anything wrong. I don't
Sure.
regret. I'm just kidding. I don't know if I have any big regrets from Age of Awakening yet. I'm sure they will come. I think my biggest regrets come from my biggest campaign, and I mean, calling them regrets, I learned from them, so I'm glad that they haven't.
Yeah.
Just kind of thematically to the whole campaign, I very much went into that campaign with a like, I've made this world and I've made this story that I want to tell, and now you guys make your characters, and very much like had my story that I want to tell, my overarching BBEGs and all that stuff, and like, kind of like the lesson that I kind of said earlier, I over applied into Age of Awakening, where like I didn't come up with a world at all. I said, just give me your characters and let's roll.
Yeah.
They're kind of the opposite end of that. Specific, like, in the weeds encounter that like sticks with me is something that I like, makes me cringe when I think about it. In my first campaign, there was an encounter where you guys were fighting a mummy lord whose name I can't remember now. Started with an M. The point was that for the, again, kind of back to the first thing I said, for my big overarching story that I was trying to tell, I needed Mustard to die. I had an NPC that needed to come in and resurrect him. I like had this whole thing pre-planned. Again, all my notes, I had my prep ready to go. I needed this scene to happen. So like I ended up casting a disintegration, and then like I made it a con save instead of a deck save because of the item he was using, and the DC was astronomically high, and it dealt like a crazy amount more damage than disintegrate usually does. All this stuff just to like ensure that it definitely would kill Mustard, so that I could definitely have my scene where I got to resurrect him with my NPC. And I think back on that, and it's just so like ridiculous. Like,
It's a very new DM mistake.
yeah, exactly. Like I had this scene prepped out in my mind that I really wanted to show. And it ended up working fine. Like, but
I have literally never had any suspicions about that scene. So congratulations, you got away with it.
I did it.
You did it.
I'm like, I'm a serial killer. I have to confess my crimes afterwards.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, no, like it's it all worked out just fine. And but I think back on that as like a big, a learning moment as a DM of like, don't try to force anything to go any particular way. Just let the game do the talking.
Exactly. Let the dice talk. Sick. I think Drake's
I'm just gonna to try and spin this into some level of advice for folks. The takeaway from all of this is that when you're prepping and DMing, you have to approach it like a set designer on a Michael Bay film.
Yes. Oh my god, what good advice.
You are going to spend a lot of time preparing a very beautiful scene, and you are going to look on it for 5 minutes, and then immediately you're going to watch somebody pour gasoline on it and light it on fire.
Yes.
And them lighting it on fire is not a bad thing. It is part of the entire narrative, because not what you're creating is not that scene. You're not creating the set. You're creating a story collaboratively together. And watching it fucking burn is sometimes part of that story.
Absolutely.
That's well said.
as painful as it is sometimes.
I cannot stress enough that the nirvana of DMing is when you realize that you're not there to tell your cool story. You're there to watch the players and let them surprise you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I don't want to discount the role of a DM. We can talk about that too. Like, the DM's fun is extremely important. It's just it is a wonderful symbiotic relationship when your fun as a DM comes from the player's fun. If you can hit that sweet spot with your players, you're set for life. That is the best way to play D&D.
And when you can, like, using the same analogy, when you can, like, when you find the fun also in setting up this movie set, knowing that it's going to burn and knowing that burning it is the point, it can be, like, really gratifying for you to watch it burn too.
Right.
Because if you don't treat your own prep and your own world building and plot writing like as something that's precious and just treat it as something that is there for the express purpose of being burnt to the ground,
Right.
Yeah.
it can be really fun to watch it burn.
Yeah. And to specifically hit on the thing that Drake was talking about with IDT, make villains that you can't wait for them to die. That it's so important to build villains that you're excited to see get their comeuppance.
Yeah, don't listen to
Absolutely.
Japan. Don't make sympathetic villains that are always redeemed, because the players aren't going to do it.
And
They're
they
not.
they might sometimes, and they can be truly, like, special moments when that does happen. But, like,
Yeah.
it's an anime trope. Rational thinkers don't behave like that, and rational evil people don't behave like that either. And if you're counting on your players to always give your villains a second chance, you're like, unless you know your players very, very well, that is a dangerous gamble to make, and it can lead to a lot of heartbreak.
Yeah.
I think it's Drake's question.
I think so.
Yeah. Shit, there was a thing that I wanted to ask, and now I can't find it. Oh yeah. This is a hot button topic, but one that I feel very connected to. Cash asked, what are the best ways to give make a single villain a proper threat versus a party, without just also giving them hordes of ads and stuff like that?
Oh, boy.
Well, all you got to do is you just give them hordes of ads.
Yeah, you give them hordes. This is such a hard question to answer because the real answer, the right, objective, correct answer to this is you've got the wrong system. This game is balanced around resource attrition and action economy. And if you put one enemy against 8 party members, it doesn't matter how good that enemy is, they're going to get stomped. It doesn't matter how powerful they are.
So, for the sake of this question, let's assume that it's a standard 4-person party, not our usual
That does
kind of
Does it say
excessively large
Ooh.
parties.
You guys ready for a
That
hot
is.
take? Legendary actions, most monsters have 3 because most parties are 4 people big.
Mhm.
I think in the party of 8, bosses should have 7 legendary actions. Fight
Yep,
me.
I will fight you about it all day long, and by that I mean I won't fight you. I mean I will fight alongside you. Yeah, totally. I've thought that often. Like the intent of legendary actions is that your boss is taking as many turns as your players.
Yep.
The whole point of the action economy is to take equal actions to the players.
I will say that still doesn't change the fact that it only takes 1 crowd control effect, and now that boss is shut down.
Of course.
To kind of touch on that, I also, when I did a bunch of like homebrew and was dabbling with tweaking the system for 6 players, that is one of the things that I changed. I basically said, like, legendary actions, I didn't make it like 1 less than the number of parties. It was like, I think it was half the party members, or half plus 1 or something like that.
Yeah.
I do think it's hard to. Yeah, I mean, no matter how many legendary actions, whatever you give, I think you've got to have some ads. I don't
Yes.
know that it is possible
Definitely.
to just do 1 monster versus 4 to 8 people. It's just really hard to pull that off.
There are a lot of hurdles to overcome. There's the action economy, there's the vulnerability of the crowd control, and you can fix these by more legendary actions fixes action economy, more legendary resistances, or changing the way that legendary resistances will help with crowd control. But ultimately, like, not many things become powerful by acting alone. A good villain probably became powerful because they have close lieutenants that stay. Like, think about your adventuring party. When was the last time that the number one rule is don't split the party? Why would your villain split their party? They're in a party. They know they're in danger. Why would they ever go anywhere without their wizard? Like, they need somebody to counterspell if they get ambushed. They need somebody with good perception in case an assassin tries to come assassinate them. Your villains live in the same world and same setting and same system as your party and should use the same common sense logic that says if you go off on your own, you die, and they shouldn't do it.
Yeah, but what if a guy that you've never met before specifically tells you to come to his mansion alone to give you a ton of money?
True.
You know, has like a shaky history with your grandmother. Also, simulacrum's a fun spell if you feel like cheesing it.
To try and, because this is something that I've tried to do on multiple occasions, because God, I hate running 1,000 ads. It's such a pain in the ass.
Yeah,
combat is such a slug with 6 players, or God forbid 8. Adding 30 ads just to have the encounter be balanced makes combat take 3 years.
It sure does.
It's awful. The best thing that I found for that is instead of doing a bunch of ads, just have a couple, instead of having just one beefy villain, have like 3.
Yes.
For sure.
And have them all kind of work off of each other in different or unique ways.
Absolutely.
Yep. Sometimes you need like the one villain for like story purposes, but anytime you can have like 2 to 3 big bads and 3 to 4 little minions or whatever.
There is a way that you can kind of. So I know that the heart and soul of Kadja's question is, I just want it to be one guy who's super scary. And you can do kind of what I did a little bit with Anton. And I don't think it was perfect, but I think it's the angle that I'm trying to push and the angle that I'm trying to sell. If you want to make one guy seem incredibly scary, but you don't want to face him off alone, you have him show up in multiple encounters, and you just have to make sure that he can retreat out of each of them. So he showed up once down with the council. He showed up again as you guys were crossing the bridge. And each time he contributed a little bit to the fight, and then he ran off. That's real hard and scary to do against a party of 8 who can prevent an enemy from fleeing. And only worked because I gave him a God button that says, I leave now. And I think that there's a little bit of like a social contract that's required where your players respect the God button. And they're more likely to respect it if you kind of wink and nudge up ahead of time. But
I will say, I do think that if you absolutely must, for whatever story reason, you must place your party against one single guy, and it's just going to be a straight up fight. Hit points are a pretty good, take a stat block and double the hit points, and do it in advance for the purpose of objectivity, and so Effect doesn't lose his fucking mind.
Correct. Yes, this goes without saying.
Like when, for example, in my first campaign, when you guys fought the big bad at the end, it was Lycomedes, that big dragon, and he was just one guy, it was just one dragon against 5 of you, and that's not a huge party, but you were level 20. It was a shit show. I gave that dude, I have to check my notes, 1,770 hit points, and it was a fun fight. He didn't have as many actions as you guys. He still had to deal with bullshit action economy and crowd control and all that stuff, but he's going to get a bunch of turns if he has a bunch of health, and some of them are going to be big. It's 5e. They're going to be, fluky turns where somebody gets a crit and now somebody's dying on the floor. So, if you give your monster a great deal of hit points, that alone can be something to make it at least a protracted fight, if not a...
It's also not like a super cheesy thing to do. Modern, some of the new high-level monsters that we had in the Splat books, like the CR 25, 30 stuff, there are some in there that have 800 health, and when they get to 0, they go back to full and have a phase 2. 1,600 hit point 2-phase boss fights are literally canonical. They are doing this now.
Mythic actions are dope too. I would definitely highly recommend mythic actions for a single baddie boss. Mythics are really cool.
Yep, absolutely.
Wizards is really ramping up monster difficulty to actually deal with player power level, which is very nice. One of the best things that I ever did in any encounter that is just a super easy thing to do to add to an enemy to make it actually a decent threat. And obviously change this depending on your power level. Don't do this against a bunch of level 3 players, but just take a standard stat block and give it 5 levels of sorcerer.
Yes, which frankly every character in every world should do anyway.
5 levels of sorcerer is great. It gives them 5 sorcery points. Grab them Settle Spell and Quicken Spell. Give them Shield, Counterspell, Misty Step, a couple other flavor spells, either flavor or like combat spells, and you're good. Like it immediately changes the dynamic. They get bonus actions immediately, which can be helpful. They can deal with spellcasters as reactions. It really like vastly improves single enemies, and is very good for if you want a boss fight to actually feel a little bit more meaningful and to fix some action economy issues.
Hell
For
yeah.
sure. And if you're homebrewing a stat block, give them bonus actions, give them reactions, give them shit besides just an action per turn. That makes a huge difference.
Yeah. All right, that was Drake, which I think means it back to Zeke.
I believe so. Thumbing through the questions right meow. What are some of the changes that you've adopted as a DM after seeing them in another DM, especially one of the other Anthrology DMs?
I was going to do that one. This is such a good question.
It is.
I feel like I have the same one from both of you. And it's just that I'm trying to get better at making, like, interesting NPCs. You guys are both so tremendously good at making NPCs that I give a shit about. And I think that that's one of my weaker areas as a DM. Not necessarily the inventing of NPCs, but the acting and the selling of NPCs as, like, roleplay encounters rather than just mechanics to be used to progress the story. I tend to take like a very mechanical and pragmatic approach when I'm building NPCs, and I think that there is room for like an emotional approach to building them that I need to get a lot better at, and that both of you are very good at. And I've been trying to get better at that.
Oh,
Aw.
I steal all of my NPCs except for the ones that are just me.
Oh, that's funny. The question that you got from your secret admirer was from me, and I said you make super interesting, unique NPCs. Where do you get your inspiration?
God, I didn't know who that was.
It's
And
me.
I was like, couldn't tell if that was from Philo or...
I wrote that question after you sent me the document with like the 20 pieces of art of your NPCs for Wake of the Full Moon. I'm like, where does he think of this shit? That's a dragon, fairy dragon, and a Birdman cage head. Where does he come up with this?
Pinterest is where I come up with this.
It's amazing. I love it. It's I love it.
I think the quote is that creativity is the art of obscuring your sources or obscuring your
Absolutely. My biggest inspiration that I've taken for sure is honestly kind of the inverse of what you said, Feck, is like so much like mechanical stuff to make this system fucking playable. From both of you guys, I took Gritty Regen, I've taken the spell point modifiers, I've like modified a bunch of spells verbatim off of the wikis, so much stuff that like I don't have any real game design experience. All I've got is like I like telling stories. So watching you guys' systems in action and just like straight up yoinking shit out of them has made it so much easier for me as a DM to just be able to focus on the storytelling and not worry as much about balance and stuff. So all of that stuff, and like narratively, so much inspiration from Crosswinds as far as the way that I incorporate PC backstories into the quote unquote the story.
Right.
Fully inspired by Crosswinds and the example that was as to me as a player.
Hell
yeah. Mine's kind of the same for both of you. It's just incorporating the player backstories a bit as the central focus instead of trying to just like have a big bad, and instead of trying to tell my story, I'm actually telling the PC stories and like putting more of a focus on like NPCs and like background NPCs. One of the things I picked up from Zeke actually was doing just like a fucking debrief at the beginning, and just sending people
Oh yeah.
a page document that is just like, here's what you know, here's why you're here, as just like a little make sure we're both on the same page about your backstory, and to give you some like little tidbits of information and stuff to like latch onto immediately.
Yeah, I like to do as a DM as much as I possibly can. Let the players reveal the lore. It's one thing for me to over the screen say like, you guys know that this is the name of the king, but it's a different thing for like Odell to be like, well, the king is this guy. You know,
Yeah,
it feels so much more authentic and genuine when it comes to the players. So I try to get everybody like on the same page. I feel like you also need it at the start of each session. I think it's important, even in a home game or whatever, if you don't have an audience, to just recap last session before you start.
Oh, for sure.
Just sort of ground everybody and like remind everybody where you're at and what the stakes are right now, and you know what's going on.
set the tone. Actually, in one of the, it was either last episode or the episode before in Critical Role, they talk about it very briefly, but like Matt will, whenever they get to a new town, if one of the players knows something or has like passed through there, he'll send them like a full document of like, here's all the shit there's a bunch of locations and stuff, and that way the players can reveal it instead of him needing to be like, here's
Oh my
what
God,
you
yeah.
know.
In a perfect world where I could overprep like Zeke does, there would be no knowledge checks, right? Every knowledge check that was done, I would whisper all of the results to each player individually. I want to never narrate a knowledge check ever again in my life. I want that exclusively to come from the players.
Yeah, and I mean it's like, I don't know. It just feels so grounding. Like even when if someone calls for a knowledge check at the table and over the screen I narrate a bunch of stuff, and then the player is like, I say the same thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I get it. Like you want to get all the details in, but like I don't know. So it's interesting to know like how Lush would phrase that information.
For sure.
How much does he actually say?
Yeah, and obviously it creates pacing issues. It creates prep issues.
Of course, it's not like really practical, but
right. But it's a fun idea. It's a fun hypothetical universe where you can pause the world for 3 minutes while they read the print or paper that you hand them.
Right.
I feel the opposite because I like revealing lore. When people do a knowledge check, I get to feel smart if I know my world.
Absolutely.
See, that is
There's nothing worse than like a knowledge check that I get asked, and then I have to I'm like, okay, roll a history check, and then I spend that 4 seconds frantically trying to think of an answer.
But the only thing better than feeling smart revealing your own lore is feeling invested with a player revealing your lore for you. I love that.
Absolutely. It's like I was saying about Odell earlier. There's nothing as gratifying to me as when Odell like breaks out some innocuous piece of lore that I gave him 6 months ago that I assumed was pissing into the wind, and knowing it like actually stuck somewhere.
Must be nice having lore.
What's
that like?
As with everything, about 80% of it will be in my trash can at the end of this campaign. Shit that never came up and never mattered. But it helps the world feel real to me, which makes it easier for me to DM.
Hell yeah. All right, we've had a lot of heavy ones. I'm gonna do a silly one. What is your favorite and least favorite of the 5e races, and why?
First, when he asked us, did specify that Elf is a freebie, least favorite. Can't pick that one.
Okay, fair. That is legit. Fuck elves.
I love elves, for the record.
They're all right. We could mull out shit because wizards love them too much. But
I'm gonna jump in. I would normally go with like a very like canon, or not canon, like a narrative sort of answer to this, like a race that I thought was dumb thematically. Did you guys see the official release of Hadozi? Because that's the easy least favorite, just like straight balance wise.
Oh, did that finally get released?
They did. It just came out a couple days ago, I think.
Oh, I haven't seen it yet.
The moral of the story is that they can glide 5 feet along the ground or in the air without expending any movement. Meaning that they jump a foot in the air, glide 5 feet. Jump a foot in the air, glide. They can move 150 feet around if you let your player do that. It's a cheese interpretation of how it's written, but
Right.
it's how it's written.
Oh, that is
They can just wave dash across the board
See,
like fucking
when
Smash
I
Bros.
said that my biggest regret is trying to league, you cannot rules layer 5e. It's not made for it. This game is just not written well enough to rules layer. There's no other way to put it. Everything in this game must be interpreted with naive intent.
Yeah, there's no way to interpret that in that way.
Oh, you totally can. Absolutely.
No.
The rules is written, you can straight running jump up to a certain distance, and unless you believe that falling down from a jump doesn't count as falling, like rules is written, absolutely. You can 100% legally sell that.
To glide, you would have to be horizontal.
Yeah, that's what the naive, obvious common sense interpretation is, but rules is written, you fall after you jump, which means you can trigger your racial.
Yeah. And no human being would ever like allow somebody to wave dash 150 feet in their turn.
Right, and that's what I'm
Yeah, no, I mean, of course, obviously, it's not anything that would actually allow at any real table. I'm just saying that. Here's what I'm saying, Hidozi. It's because it's a great example of how poorly written
Yes.
everything is in 5e.
Correct, yes.
But anyway, I don't know if that's actually my least favorite race. Let me look through this list of races here.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to pick? Can we pick elf like sub races?
Yeah,
Because the
absolutely.
astral elf.
I will bend the elf rule because I just hate elves so much.
Well, we all hate elves, so like we can't all just say elves.
I'm gonna say something that I don't really mean, and then I'm gonna pick my real answer afterwards.
Okay.
I love kobolds. Mechanically, the original kobold in Volo's Guide to Monster was such a bad design decision. I truly thought it was like a terrible thing for the game. It was the best race that had been introduced ever by a mile. It was a min-maxer's dream come true. It was so miles ahead of anything else for dex builds that it just like, I don't like false choices, and it was a false choice. There was now no reason to play anything except for a kobold if you were a dex character. But obviously I fucking love kobolds. I think that the stat block had a lot of problems initially. But now that's true for 17 broken races. There's satyrs and centaurs, and they're all broken. It's great. Awesome.
God, I might have to say Hadozi for my least favorite. I want to like them so much. I just wish they didn't have. I just wish they didn't have the stupid skin flaps. Why can't they just be monkey people?
I know. It's
Let
real
me just-
stupid.
Let me just play monkey person. Don't give them fucking weird gliding wings. It's gross. Look at it's like they have just flappy ball sacks under their arms. It's gross. Hate it. So upset. I wanted them to be cool. My actual answer is probably Centaur.
They're so yeah. Yeah.
My least favorite is probably actually GIF.
I think
it's for the
Why?
record,
yes,
because so they are a cool race. I like them, but the stat block has nothing to do with what they are.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be this cool, unique, like race of not swashbuckling, but like blunderbuss wielding hippo people, and then it's just like, you're a big fucking hippo. No cool traits or anything. You just are big hippo boy, big hippo.
And the one thing that they do get, this is another okay. I think GIF is also my real pick. One of the things that they do, and the elves are also very, very guilty of doing this, is they blend their biological traits with their cultural traits, and I hate that. I wish to God that when you made a character, you picked your biology and you picked your culture, and they each gave you separate things. I do not like the idea of all elves having weapon training because that's what elf culture does. What if I'm an elf that didn't grow up in elf culture? What if I'm an elf that grew up, in a human settlement?
They kind of addressed that with
I guess.
They pretty much fully covered it in Tasha's, in my opinion. I feel like that problem was basically solved by Tasha's. For the record, I 100% agree with the problem, but I feel like they kind of addressed that.
Yeah. And because I have a moral obligation to do this, and because it was mentioned over in chat, I think Pathfinder 2 is actually a little worse about this. They have ancestry, and then they also have background, and they did shift a lot of things into background. But like, so for instance, there's an ancestry trait for elves where it's like your people have fought demons and undead for thousands of years, so you're good at fighting demons. And I'm like, that has nothing to do with my biology. It makes assumptions about the world and about my culture that might not be true in my campaign, and certainly might not be true for my character. Like, why is that a racial trait and not a cultural trait? Yeah, I don't know. I just dislike that. I don't like that marriage of culture to biology.
I totally agree.
I say as I develop culturally and biologically monolithic civilizations for my next campaign that are almost...
Well, right, but the thing is, you want the discretion to do that for your campaign, right?
Right.
I think fine. I am totally fine with like racial and cultural monoliths in terms of like fantasy. You know, like if a race of people was created by a demon lord from pure hate, then yes, it's fine for them to all be hateful people or whatever. But anyway, let's not open that fucking can of worms right now.
That is a can of worms. All right.
I think my favorite one race. I'm not going to pick one here. I'm going to pick a smattering. It's all the ones they released in Volo's Guide, the Hexblood and the Dampier, and all those, the ones that are like sort of modified races. I love those. I love them to death. All of them.
Those are pretty cool. I
also have a soft spot for Githyanki.
The Gith are cool. I do like the Githyanki.
I'm more like Gith lore than I like the actual races. I just like the existing in the astral plane outside of time lore because of my fetish for time magic.
Yeah. So when I was originally going to go on this rant, I looked to them first. I assumed that out of all the races, they were going to have the one that had the most cultural stuff. But somehow they took the race who is most closely tied to their culture. Their racial bonuses don't have anything to do with their culture. It is all like biological stuff. It's like innate psionics and stuff like... I guess, okay, there's decadent mastery and...
Yeah, decadent mastery, yeah.
I lied straight to my... Yep. Yeah, okay, guilty. Some of them are okay, though. The best is obviously Tabaxi because they're cat people and because they have good stats. Like, everything is going for Tabaxi. I cannot play this game without feline agility anymore. It's so good.
Okay, but let me just hit you with a whole smattering of far better races.
Hit me.
Changeling.
Nope.
Vampire.
Nope.
Orc.
Nope.
Kobold. I'll take all 4, please.
I do love all of them. None of them are better than Tabaxi.
Tabaxi is shit. You can run fast for one turn. Get the fuck out of here. I can turn into anybody that I want. I can climb up walls or on a ceiling like a creepy girl from The Ring.
My least favorite race is actually Tabaxi because I'm sick of DMing for all you fucking Tabaxis. Every part of our DM does like 6 Tabaxis. I'm over it. Play something else.
Get fucking used to it. I did my tax with Jack, and I'm straight back to Tabaxi next campaign.
You did. I don't think there's actually one single actual Tabaxi in Age of Awakening, come to think of it. Because Lucius is a tiefling, Frog is a changeling, and no one else is even Tabaxi adjacent.
Patches is whatever Patches is.
Patches whatever the fuck Patches is.
He's a Tabaxi sometimes.
Sometimes. I don't think he's been a Tabaxi yet.
I could have played Tabaxi. Alright.
Oh, I will put just a blanket for bad races. Any race that gets magic resistance.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Satyr, Yuan-Ti, fuck it.
Yeah. Get the fuck out of here.
They just power creep so hard with the new races. And like, if you're going to do that, fine, but you have to power creep everything else.
Right, like, they have to be willing to go back and make edits. And they're not. And on the one hand, good for sticking to your guns, but on the other hand, you're really undermining the ability to take any other races and stuff.
Sure are. I could complain. I could sit here and complain about 5th edition for 4 years. Because I've been doing it for the past 4 years. I'm so excited to try PO2. I think
we should do one last question.
Sick. Drake, it's all you.
Oh, I get to end this?
I think
it's all you, brother.
Pick something real terrible to end on.
Yeah, pick a boring one that we don't like.
Pick a boring and sad one.
Oh, here's an interesting one. How has DMing changed the way you play the game on the PC side?
Ooh.
I asked this question. I asked it without thinking about my answer to it, though,
I
so I
was
should
gonna say,
ponder.
I'm trying to think. This is gonna sound backwards, but I do think that it is actually true. Um, and this kind of relates to the thing that I was rambling on earlier and couldn't quite put into words. When I very first started playing D&D, I was overly cooperative, I think, and then it dipped for a while. Don't get me wrong, I got real antagonistic for a lot of Daybreak. But then it got better again, and it got to the point where I was incredibly cooperative. I was constantly trying to read the DM, do what the DM wants me to do. Be a model player that's always trying to just kind of meet all of the expectations that the DM has for me. And then I DM'd some more, and I realized, like, I want to be surprised when I'm DMing. I want my players to do stupid shit. I want Drake to push the big red button. So now when I play, I try to push the red button more. I try to be more surprising. I try to think less about doing what is expected of me.
That's mine too. Can I change my question? Because I forgot that there's a better question.
Yes, do it.
Sure.
What was your favorite encounter to run, and what was your least favorite?
Ooh,
I like this.
I forgot. That was the question that I wanted to ask.
hell yeah. To run or to play in?
Favorite encounter to run, and what was your least?
It's a DM roundtable. Table encounter to run, I think.
All right.
Yeah.
Sick.
Got me wrong.
But if you want to give honorable mention to your favorite that you played in.
It's hard to pick a least favorite because there's so many, like, I've run so many boring encounters that are just there to fill time, right? Like,
Yes, I'm trying to think if there's like a really, like one that I thought was going to be cool that ended up being just big a disappointment or something. Because
I have one of those.
do you?
Yeah.
please do tell.
It was the Ursula heart-stealing sea witch, where
Yeah.
Chris just cast Wall of Force for 5 turns.
See, the core difference is that I loved that encounter. I had so much fun.
That was one of the encounters in ID2 where I was like actually genuinely frustrated.
Right. Understandable.
But again, that was one of those encounters that I built myself up to because I was like spent like weeks thinking about, oh, this is going to be such a cool mechanic, this is going to be such a good fight, and then just I didn't get to use a single one of those mechanics, and it was just like, well,
yeah, for sure,
that sucks.
No, that makes sense. I loved that fight because that was the heart and soul of D&D to me, is like, oh shit, we did weird shit and solved this in a dumb way. But also, I completely understand how that could be super frustrating.
Yeah.
I think that I can't think of a specific one, but I think that my least favorite fights are just the slog fights where there's too many enemies, none of them are doing super... Honestly, the fight from Crossend's last session is kind of a decent example, and there were moments in there that definitely like spiced it up a bit, but that was a long fight against a lot of enemies that didn't really like...
Oh no, that fight was wonderful because we were specific. Because we had a side objective, right? If the goal had been just kill all the kobolds, it would have been a boring fight. Because we had a specific objective of like don't kill all the kobolds and like kill the cultists but save the other ones, that made that a really interesting fight.
That's fair.
We got Flick making a demi-plane to throw kobolds in, and Basu accidentally slaughtering a bunch of them.
That's true.
That makes for a great encounter.
Maybe I might be I think I'm being hypocritical. I think that's what it is. I think I had a different vision for how that fight was going to go, and because it went so differently from what I envisioned, I like disappointed myself. But now, yeah, I'm seeing it. I can see it now. That makes sense.
Yeah, it was wonderful on the player side.
Okay. All right. I'll buy it.
I can't think of like one particular disappointing, like least favorite encounter that I've run. There's been so many, just like, especially going back to my campaign one, so many just like rolled an encounter on an encounter table fights that are just like you're just filling time. It's just stupid. But I can't think of like one big fight that I thought was going to go a certain way and it didn't. Most of my like big boss fights have been approximately as expected.
Right. That's fair.
What was your favorite then?
My favorite encounter to run is really hard to pick. There's been a number of them. Oldest, like going back to reverse chronological here. The first one that I ran that I really stands in my mind was campaign 1, a beholder running it against
God.
it was Mustard's first death. I remember thinking running that fight that it was the most fun I'd ever had as a DM. Beholders are just so fun to play. I love them. They're just a cool monster. They've got a great stat block. They're like interesting and fun to run.
And you just get to roll a d10 every turn instead of
Yeah,
thinking.
they're not complicated, but they still like they do a lot of fun, interesting things. But it's not complicated to play. You just
Right.
roll the dice. So that was a really fun encounter. And anytime a PC dies, it makes for a fun encounter. Going to Age of Awakening. Maybe my favorite encounter was in like session 4, the reveal that Frog's character was a fucking Mario character when you guys got back to the
Oh
beach
my
and fought all the Mario
God.
monsters for the first time.
That
Just
was
such a
pretty good.
great encounter.
I can't believe we even made it that long before the reveal. Like, I know it was only four sessions, but I still can't believe it lasted that long.
That was something where like that was deliberate because I knew that secret was not going to last, so I had to just like do the reveal quick before it just slowly leaked out.
Right.
I'm trying to think of other encounters that have really stood out in Age of Awakening. That one that like really sticks out in my mind is one that was super, super fun.
Drez was the one.
I loved the Drez fight.
Drez was good.
Drez fight was really, really good. I really enjoyed the fight outside the Luxtrum Obelisk, although there wasn't like really a win case. They were just kind of escaping. I'm sure that was mostly really disappointing for you guys, but I enjoyed like being those NPCs for a little bit.
That was fun. I liked meteor spiking that bitch into the ocean.
That was great. Those are a few of my favorites. I could keep going. I've had a lot of encounters that I've really enjoyed in Age of Awakening. Not to toot my own horn, but I feel like my encounter design has gotten a lot better since my first campaign, so I've enjoyed a few of the big fights.
Oh, for sure.
Honestly, the one we did on Monday was a lot of fun, too. It was long, but it was fun.
I hated that fight.
I enjoyed it, not because it probably wasn't fun at all for you guys. I enjoyed it because it went how I expected it to, which was like Conjuration Wizard does a bunch of positioning bullshit.
Right.
I think the thing that killed it for me, at least initially, and also, to be clear, I love this campaign a lot. The unfortunate reality is that I have to remote in, so I don't get to like socialize between turns.
Yeah, so you're just
that was
sitting there.
A long fight.
Fucking sucks. So when we had those fights where it's like, all right, I had my turn, I'll see you guys in an hour and a half.
Right.
Right.
Yeah. It was a little frustrating when I was like, I had 3 chances to completely shut that guy down, and I fucked up all 3 of them.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than a long slog fight like that with 8 people and you just miss on your turn. It's like, okay, be back in an hour.
Yeah. That was too bad. But once we got into the actual like fight arena, it started to feel better. And I actually had a spell work for the first time this campaign.
That's true.
So exciting.
And then probably my favorite encounter from the player side was the fight against Anton. It just like hit every button for me. It was my villain. There was so much cool like shit going on with the boat spinning everywhere and moat flying off and all. It just had so much going on. It had everything.
Yeah. So favorites that I've run from my first campaign, and I know that this is not one encounter, but I'm going to cheat because I just still really like it. The whole in-game gauntlet rush through Zalani's dungeon, doing all the lieutenants back-to-back. Loved that shit. I think my favorite out of all of them was probably Candlejack, but I don't know. I just liked that layout of doing all of the lieutenants back-to-back as kind of like a last-ditch gauntlet. From Crosswinds, it definitely Anton. Anton was the most fun fight that I think I've ever DM'd for. There was just so much shit going on. So many, like, different competing things that were trying to be done. And then, obviously, like, you guys brought a ton of surprises to it, too.
Oh, yeah, the Wish summoned fucking Leah's ship.
Yeah.
I mean, it had everything.
Oh, yeah. So many things went really well that fight. Well in, like, interesting ways, not well as in, like, this went how I expected it ways. I think I know Drake's favorite fight that he's run, and I think it is also the one that I had the most fun as a player.
think so. It was the Azadirth fight.
Hell yes.
Azadirth Prime.
What a
Yeah.
legend that fight was. That was such
Yeah.
a good fight.
I think that was the best designed encounter that I've ever done. Just in terms of actually managing to balance, like, just having kind of one or two big bad enemies that still felt threatening and interesting.
Right, for sure.
I'm trying to think if there were any other really noteworthy encounters. The ambush in IDT.
On the streets or some other ambush?
Yeah, on the streets.
Homer Cricket almost died. I was going to bring that one up too.
Yeah. Right.
God.
Double ones on a killing blow.
What a fucking nightmare that was. Hey, the campaign's over. What happened? What would have happened?
Cricket would have died.
Okay.
I don't know, like,
Boy.
Cricket would have died and you would have rolled a new character, I guess.
God, what a
Hey.
fucking nightmare that could have been.
Yeah.
Whew. Alright, we still have a fuckload of questions, but it is midnight 15. So I guess that just means we got to do another one of these at some point.
Yes, it's been really fun. I'd love to do this again.
This has been great.
For the time being, though, I think this is a good place to wrap up. Because we got folks showing up pretty soon, and I gotta make sure we're ready for it.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody, for all of the wonderful questions.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That was great.
We play Drake's campaign on Sundays, my campaign on Wednesdays, and Zeke's campaign offline sporadically on Mondays, but he uploads audio recordings over in the Age of Awakening channel. As if anybody is here and doesn't know about our 3 campaigns. Like, we got strangers showing up to this DM roundtable or something. Fuck, man, add it up.
Oh, right.
Alright. Later, y'all.
See you guys.
Later. That was fun.
Hell yeah.